YouTube has always had ads in streams. What are you on about, brother? How I make money. Oh shit, we already have 5 minutes. Fuck. Yo, how's it going, bros? My name is Arachnica, and today we are, we're farming. Yippee. Where the fuck? I need to put my list back up. There we go. There's 3 guns that were added last week that I, hadn't gotten. Because I was focusing mostly on just the DLC stuff, but base game, there's a pearl from Radix, and a pearl from Subjugator, and a pearl, or not a pearl, a legendary from the Ordinite Processor events. So I need to do some Ordinite Processor events, which is going to be really, really, really fun. It's gonna be really fun and super cool, and we're gonna have a great time. But right now we're farming the Radix Pearl. So we'll see how that goes. I've been on not Borderlands 3 because I got invested in a game. I'm now in a yearly tournament. This game holds for the top 140 players, 7v7 format. Hell yeah, what game is it? Do I have active fire? I do. Are we all good? Yeah. World of Warships? That's base, brother. Absolute dog ass, but also peak. Isn't it just like older War Thunder? That's actually crazy. Wait. Is that better than my current one? I don't know, I kind of like the move speed, honestly, but the pistol damage is like... Fuck, is my shit full? Why is my shit full? Why am I full? The fuck is in here that wasn't in here before? Oh, probably this. Put that in the bank. Person I might want to play around with a little bit more later. Oh shit, what else can I bank? You can see I definitely prepped for this. Oh, I should also switch my vault card because that still hasn't been fixed. Very cool. I love that that's still a problem. It's okay. I've been getting back into PUBG, which has been problematic at best. Need this on this save. I am gonna need to go clear out my fucking bank at some point. That's wild that the first run of the day though we get +5 Grave Thirst. crazy stuff. I almost downloaded PUBG but decided Valorant was better for my mental health. I think you've got that the wrong way around, I'm gonna be real. Valorant's made by Riot. It's not even better for your computer's health. You have to download Vanguard. It's funny because PUBG screams at me every time I load it up, because it's like one or more instance of anti-cheat software is detected on your computer, and I'm like, yeah, you can blame Riot for that one. Sorry about it. I play console and not PC, so it's already cooked. Okay, gotcha. I imagine Valorant's probably like mildly less AIDS on console, because I would imagine it's at least on average less sweaty. Like, mildly. Usually that's how it is on console, at least. Less sweaty, but people are way more racist. That's always good. But fucking Ivy, for some reason, like me and my buds used to be super into PUBG, like way back in the day. Like that was just what we did. That was how we hung out, was playing PUBG. We'd get home from fucking school and immediately boot up and play for fucking hours. And like that was around the time that I first met Ivy. And we tried to get her to fucking play it with us. She had absolutely no interest. And then for some reason, in the last couple months, she's been wanting to play it. And I finally gave back in, and have been enjoying it again, surprisingly so. Because I remember like I'd stopped playing it because I mean it just had a lot of fucking issues with it. Particularly their refusal to region lock China. Because their netcode was just ass, and not having region locks like made the game next to unplayable for anyone that was on the receiving end of the poor netcode. But as well, I just remember like the game itself I wasn't having as much fun with it. I don't know if it was burnout or if it was just I don't remember specifically what the fuck it was, but it left a very sour taste in my mouth, and I never really went back to it. But god, dude, now, fuck, it's hitting so fucking hard. How's it going, A9? Welcome, brother.
Hold on to your butt.
I love that weekly activities getting reset. I love slop. I love slop. This piggy wants his slop. Don't worry, Randy's gonna continue shoveling slop down our fucking throats forever. That ain't going nowhere. That wasn't fish, that was Raz. The Vex worship neuron is absolutely added at special request from Randy Pitchford. Guaranteed. I hope we get 5 seasons of Border Slop Lanes 4. Dude, you know what I want? I've been thinking about Borderlands Mobile. like non-stop for the last 3 weeks. I want Borderlands Mobile so fucking bad. I need Zynga to fucking, I need them to work faster. I need them to engage with immense amounts of crunch. I need it. I need it so bad. I don't care. I don't care about their devs' lives. If it gets me Borderlands Mobile faster, they need to work more. I want to grip Vex's grippers, yummy yummy in my tummy, gripalicious. Dude, just imagine like interlocking your fingers with Vex's toes. God, that would be fucking awesome. Super Frego's new pearl is a 3% rate, I believe. Not bad. That's higher than most others, right? I imagined it would be, given that... what's it called? Raid boss. I think their other pearl was also, like, around there. It was definitely higher. I do also like that they get an all-new pearl and Bloomy just gets slapped with a pearl that already existed. You can definitely tell who the the favorite child is. At UVH7 it's 10%. Thank God, because I really did not want to farm Subjugated and Fall very much today. The reason I'm trying to get this one out of the way. I kind of just legitimately do not enjoy pearl farming in Borderlands 4, like, whatsoever. It's genuinely kind of just a miserable experience. It's not fun. The chase is completely dead. Them being a treasure rarity is completely dead. They're just rarer legendaries. There's legitimately no difference to BL4 pearls and when we had tiered legendaries. It's the same thing. They're just blue now. And because they're blue, people like pog and piss their panties over them, but... I don't know, I really thought we were maybe somewhat moving onto the right track when they added the world drop pearls. I'm so glad the thing that was bringing us closer to actual pearls has now been effectively removed. Very cool, Gearbox. What is the one that Bloomy drops now? Which one did he get slapped with? Was it at least a good one? You got the Constable? I kind of thought Bloomy would have been the Solar Temper. But I went to Timekeeper, which... Doesn't Timekeeper already drop an order sniper? Why are they giving him two? I'd have a good one, Dizzy. The boner ballista? Doesn't he also drop the symmetry or the fisheye? Or am I crazy? Or no, fisheye is RJ. You know, I think he is the symmetry. Or whatever the other, like, super stinky dog shit one is. What's funny, speaking about Borderlands Mobile, it probably does genuinely have a higher chance of actually getting pearls correct if they add them. Because hear me out, it's a mobile game, right? Yeah, it's gonna be packed with microtransactions. That's a given. And so you know what system would perfectly fit with trying to push people towards spending money is if pearls could be bought, like you buy specific pearls, but if you could farm them and they're all world drops in a shared pool. So you can get them, but you're way less likely to get the one that you want. You know, exactly like the system in BL1. That system probably works ideally for a fucking mobile game. And while the reasoning is bad and not, you know, altruistic, it will be really funny if BL Mobile once again just hardcore mogs BL4. What do you mean BL3's Forgotten is almost over? It's almost over. We're running out of guns. I want Border Worlds. The year is 2028. Gearbox just released Border Worlds, combining the endgame depth of... I don't remember it. The endgame depth of shit stuck deep inside my asshole and the first-person gooing of Borderlands 4. I want infinite slop. You should start tweeting these messages at Randy Pitchford, I think. Knowing how he is on Twitter, he'd probably respond to you. He'd probably be like, asterisk rubs your big slump-filled fat rotund belly, asterisk. Oh, who's a cute little piggy? That's probably what Randy would say. Then I'd have to make a Twitter? No, it's alright, I'll just give you mine. I don't fucking use it. What am I gonna do without BL3's Forgotten? Listen, like I said, it's gonna somewhat continue a little bit onward. There's still a few other guns I want to talk about that I just don't think totally fit exactly. Like, at this point, I do want to make a video on the needle gun. I've wanted to for so long. It will happen, but that's gonna be after I'm done this, like, set of videos to finish off the initial list. And then, eventually, of course, I'm gonna be done with that as well. I mean, there's only a few other guns that I might be able to shoehorn into the series post-mortem. But I do have a couple more videos within the series itself, and then I got a couple other formats that I want to look into for talking about items. I also do still want to talk about shields and grenades. Those were originally going to be a part of BL3's Forgotten. It just kind of did. just because of how the format ended up developing. It was kind of hard to talk about shields and grenades because they're more specific to use cases and builds and shit. But no, I'm far from done talking about items. How's it going, Void? Fashionably late. Love to see it. And then ultimate flat guides. You know what's crazy? I'm not gonna spoil anything. I think that's all the hint you're gonna get. It's the end of that thought. War is coming. Genuinely, I think they kind of fucked themselves with 4 in terms of the war storyline. Like, from what Gearbox had said previously, BL3 was never going to be the war, but BL3 was setting up and expanding the universe to prepare for it, which I'm like, I'm pretty sure they were going to have 4 be the war. Like, I imagine that was the initial plan. And now I'm just like, I don't even know what's happening with it before. The ending of 4 is so dumb in terms of what it means for the war that I don't think Gearbox knows what to do with the war anymore. I think they were like, well, we have this plan. We're going to get rid of Lilith. We're going to introduce Ava. And then we're going to go into the war stuff. And then they were like, ah, shit. These fucking really loud retards didn't like Borderlands 3. Despite the vast majority not seeming to give a shit that the story was mid like every other story in any of our games ever. And so they tried to release 4, or they tried to make 4 like a fix. A patchwork fix to what was perceived as wrong with 3. By bringing back Lilith. And I think it's just like, I don't know. I think they derailed a lot of things with 4. It'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Yeah, BO4's ending, take this Rubik's Cube. The thing is, like, I've played through 4. I've gotten to the ending of 4 2 or 3 times, I think. I paid as much attention as I possibly fucking could. Yo, I don't know why my fucking follow notification is not working. Thank you for the follow, Commander. I have to, figure out what's going on with that. 'Cause that's the second time that I've only been notified through my fucking email that I forgot to mute. But yeah, it's like, the ending of 4, I cannot tell if the events of 4 prevented the war, caused the war, or was the war. Like, there is a chance that BL4 was the Great War against the Timekeeper and, like, technically against the people that are trying to keep the timeline on track. Because, like, what Lilith says through that thing could imply any of those 3 outcomes. And I don't know which it is. Because genuinely, like, the Great War, from what we learn during BL3, like the Mysterious Leader quest line, what we learn from that, the Great War is very likely about the Watcher and the Timekeeper and the Seer and people that presumably want to keep the timeline on track, right? So it seems like there's a group of Guardians, Iridians, whatever the fuck, that are trying to keep things going to plan. That there is a set timeline that is supposed to happen, and they are interfering to make sure that it happens, whereas the Watcher's philosophy is more so watch, sit back, like as the name would imply, let things play out. That's like, it's the two philosophies of interfering to make sure things go as planned versus letting nature take its course. And I think that's what this war is about. I think that is like the overarching major thing that the Great War is supposed to be. Presumably, the Timekeeper was a part of this. Presumably, the Timekeeper, like, this is assumptions based on his name and his name alone, and knowing that he is a Vault Monster. Presumably, the Timekeeper was a part of this, or originally planned to be a part of this, because he would want to keep the timeline. He wants to keep things in order. He's obsessed with order and keeping things the way that they are supposed to be. I don't know if he was meant to be like the main figurehead of this shit, because he was name dropped back in BL3, in one of the Nereid echoes. So like, presumably he's on that side, and we just killed him. And again, the way that, like, the shit that Lilith says at the end, it sounds like that might have been it. We might have either completed the Great War, prevented the Great War, or us killing him is the direct cause of it. And I don't know which one it is! Because it's not fucking explained whatsoever. It's the most, like, literally just vague posts and then the game ends. Awesome, bro! Sick! Oh, so the alleged season 2 of BL4 is supposed to be about manufacturers trying to take over Kairos? I do not think is that actually official? Has there been official mention of a season 2? Is that real? Because I personally have not seen anything about it. I've seen speculation from people, but I haven't really seen anything official. Yeah, I don't think... The way that I see a Season 2 for BL4 is that it is a terrible financial decision. I think there's absolutely no way a Season 2 is worth their time and money. And there will not be a return on investment. But because of that, if they are even considering a Season 2 of BL4, then I hope to fucking God that they do it. Because that means they desperately are in need of the reality check. If they look that they aren't even bringing back like 5,000 people for major updates and major fucking content drops and shit, and they're like, yeah, let's drop a Season Pass 2. Let's do a second year of this irrelevant game. Then yeah, no, I think they should go for it. And I think that they really need the reality check of no one fucking buying it. Gearbox needs to know that some characters need to have an end. Athena being one of the few characters that actually had an arc and ending tells a lot from this franchise. I mean, Athena, they keep trying to drag back into it. Athena's apparently the CEO of Hyperion, according to New Tales. And granted, that is like only according to New Tales so far. But as of New Tales, if we're assuming New Tales is canon, which there has not been any explicit mention of it not being canon, Athena is now the CEO of Hyperion somehow. I don't take New Tales as canon. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Gearbox does either at this point. BO4 kind of needs a Season 2. Game still needs more content, especially Endgame. The problem is they just aren't giving it, like... any content that gets added to BL4 right now is a band-aid fix to its major issues. The game can have, like, I am glad that we're getting more content and we have proper content. The problem is the content has done nothing to actually address the core problems of this game. We need fucking, like, actual patches that change things. We need a real meta. We need actual build diversity. Vault Hunters need fucking multiple skill trees that just need next to entirely fucking, like, it needs Zane level reworks, if not more. Zane level reworks at minimum. And content needs to not be designed around a timer, and they need to go back and redesign the content that is designed around a timer to not be fucking timed. Problem is, none of that is ever going to happen. And if we get a season 2, it's going to be the same thing we've been seeing for this last almost a year now, where it's months of absolutely nothing with a single patch and a content drop that changes nothing about the game. Part of the reason I don't think that we're gonna get a season 2 is just the fact that, like, I don't know, at this point, Gearbox themselves don't even seem to be wanting to work on this game. It doesn't seem like anyone unless there legitimately is 3 devs working on this game and they're doing their best, which who knows, maybe that is the case. But the fact that we just have not gotten any actual patches or anything to fix the major issues of this game, it feels like Gearbox just wants to drop it. So I would be really surprised to see a season 2. First months of this game made me think that Gearbox devs forgot this game even existed. Yeah, like, they did a couple major patches initially. I say major, it was the major patches that this game initially got, where it was like all the weapon buffs and shit, was literally like a fucking basic weekly patch that BL3 got. And then they just dropped everything. We get fucking bounty packs that are the most lame shit ever and 2 story DLCs. Yeah, even with endgame content, the gear system still sucks dookie. The open world isn't interesting, and firmware is needlessly tedious. I think they should just go in on BL5. Or Wonderlands 2, or whatever fucking game is coming next. I think 4 should be dropped. They very clearly are not going to fix the issues of it. And so I think a season 2 is just a complete waste of time for everyone. A waste of time, money, and resources for Gearbox, and a waste of time for anyone who is a fucking fan of this franchise. I always thought that since BL3, the devs don't know what to do with this franchise even. They have so much shit to experiment with. I mean, genuinely, I thought BL3 was, like, gonna be a fucking renaissance of this franchise. Like, they came into the 3 so fucking strong. And it was so new and different and fresh in so many different ways that I was like, they still fucking have it in them to make new, cool shit. And then Wonderlands happened, and I was like, okay, this is still new and fresh and cool. I'm excited to see what they take from Wonderland, but, like, I mean, Wonderlands also had some issues with the DLC, is where the cracks really began to show, but it also had some issues with balancing and stuff. But I was like, alright, it's a side game. I'm excited to see what they take from Wonderlands. Like, you know, maybe we get melee weapons in BL4. And I'm excited to see what they do with 4. And then 4 came around, and I'm like, oh, damn. I feel sad about this game, to be honest. I do too. I think that's the, like, perfect emotion, just kind of for where like the entire state of 4, where it's just like, again, it's a good game. Anytime I fucking yap about it like this, I feel so bad, because I'm like, it is a good game. It's just not, it's not good in the ways that most other Borderlands games have been. This isn't a game with like long-term worth. It's a game that couldn't even last a year being relevant. It couldn't even last like 5 months being relevant. And for a franchise that has crazy longevity, it is really sad to see. And the worst part is just Gearbox clearly not giving a fuck about that whatsoever. And again, I don't know how much of it is Gearbox. I don't know how much of it is like the Embracer. Or is Embracer the new one they're under now? Or is Embracer the one they got out of? I don't know. Whatever fucking company that they are owned by now. I can't remember which way it went. I'm like, maybe it falls on them. It's hard to fucking tell. Like, it could just be that they don't see the value in supporting games long term. But I don't know. Here, we gonna grab some booze. First months of the release of this game, barely anything happened. Yeah, no, we got like the first months of release, it was like they were fucking, they tried to do the BL3 thing and then they just gave up. Cause like we did get some good patches reasonably consecutively. Somewhat consecutively. I think we got 2 consecutively at like right at the start. And like it was weapon buffs and some decent balance changes and stuff. And then they just like stopped. They just went months without fucking doing anything. And then they released the bounty pack for free because the Horrors of Kairos event was absolute dog shit. They knew the bounty pack was going to be dog shit. They released it for free, promised a new paid one after the fact. And then, I don't know, man, I really don't think any bounty pack has been that much substantially better than that initial one. I really would not have been upset if I paid for that first bounty pack. Are they better? Yes, absolutely. They do have, like, more content and shit, but are they substantially better? No, I'm just as upset about spending 10 bucks on any other bounty pack as I would have been that initial one. We thought we were really cooking on my theories too when we went and found a fucking logging BO3 from the Iridian that had the timekeeper on it as the Iridian's prisoner / beast that was locked in a vault, and like that wasn't acknowledged in 4. It kind of was, but also it's very confusing in 4 because so the thing that's strange is the timekeeper makes his own vaults, right? Like the timekeeper has this vault manufacturing facility. These vaults, the Vault of Radix, the Vault of Incept, like all of those vaults are not real vaults. They are all manufactured vaults by the timekeeper. The thing that's confusing is that his vault looks identical. When you go fight him, he also has one of his manufactured vaults, which makes no fucking sense. He should have an actual vault. He should have an actual stone vault. Not the, like, he didn't make his own vault. I don't think that's how that works. BO4 looks so sauceless, man. It very much so is. the war, but it's the Crimson Resistance versus 100,000 BL1 badass guardians. No trespass. No trespass, no ionic disruptor. There's a video by Moxie talking about issues with BL4, bringing up how BL3 events did more to change the meta and builds than BL4's. BL3, like, mini events did more to add content to the game than almost anything BL4 has so far. Like, genuinely, I think Loot the Universe added more long-term content and more reasons to log into the game while it was active than, like, the major story DLC. I genuinely think Loot the Universe was more content than DLC 1. And it's crazy that we're not getting events like that with 4. I thought we were going to when they did the really stupid event where, like, drop rates were increased, but then they slowly decreased as you played or whatever the fuck. But that was like a weekly event, and I was like, oh, cool. Maybe we'll see a return of Loot the Universe. Maybe we'll see a return of, like, even the Door Busters event or whatever the fuck, where it was just increased drop rates and vending machines and stuff. No, they just did that one event, and that was that. That was all we ever got in regards to that. There it is. Thank you for the follow, Slip GT. I think that's what that was. I kind of looked at it quick. I appreciate it, brother. So the notification does work, just sometimes. It's just, I feel like eventually, this is complete speculation. Let me be very, very clear on this one. This is complete fucking speculation. I have a feeling within the next couple years, we're gonna probably learn more about what happened with BL4. Going from BL3, even going from Wonderlands to the state that BL4 is in, there has to be a reason. And with that, it seems like the kind of reason where after the next round of layoffs or something, like, someone is going to come out and just explain what the fuck happened while they were working at Gearbox or some shit. It just seems like one of those things. It doesn't seem like it's an intentional choice, right? Like, it doesn't seem like the people that spent all this time making Borderlands 4, whether they agreed with the direction or not, when you make something like this, like, I imagine you'd want to support it. It seems like there's probably some sort of interference or legitimately, like, 3 people working on it. That's the other option, is either there's actual, like, interference going on, some reason in the workflow that this just isn't able to be a priority, like fixing shit, they're being told to just not, or there's legitimately only 3 people that are, like, dedicated to this. But, to me it seems like we'll probably know in a couple years' time. I imagine it might be like sometime after BL5 releases. Like, it probably won't be sometime soon. They didn't make new skins for any of the Vault Hunters? We need costumes, not just heads. I mean, it took them this long for us to get unique heads. We are... What is it? 4 vault cards in? 4 vault cards in, and this is the first one that has, like, actual unique heads for each Vault Hunter that isn't just generic heads that all of them can use. Which, by the way, wait. Hold on. With that, though, Cash doesn't get one. I just realized that. Get fucked, robot. Bozo. How's it going, Charlie? That's lazy to the point it makes me mad. Again, it really does feel like there's just 3 people that make shit for this game. No, I hate Vex's voice lines overall. I think, I mean, I think I've ranted about this the last, like, 3 Borderlands 4 streams in a row. I hate goth representation in modern media. And, Vex is absolutely no exception. She's too bubbly. She is a try-hard goth. She is a hot topic goth. And it's quite obnoxious. Because I can tell it's not intentional, right? Like, there's a way that you could do hot topic goth, and it would be funny, and, like, fit the franchise of being a very good, like, satire of a group or something. Vex is not that, though. She's not, like... She's not intentionally trying too hard. She's not played as a joke. She is played as cool goth babe. As Randy Pitchford's cool epic goth kitten. But she's just not. The goth aesthetic feels like feels very safe, like most things in BL4, yeah. I mean, it's not like doing a proper fucking goth would even be that unsafe. People love goth bitches. Raven from Teen Titans, I think, is the perfect example. And the kind of thing that, like, Vex's voice should have been more based off of is, like, she should be monotone and dreary and shit. And I think that would have been way more fun in combat. Having this bitch just blowing shit up, using heavy fucking weapons to wipe out corners of Kairos, while she's just sitting there like, whatever, you know? That'd be funny. Dude, like, base her off of Vex from League of Legends, right? Like, League of Legends Vex is better than Borderlands 4 Vex. I mean, fuck, man. You could have probably... They probably could have had Tara Strong voice Vex. It probably, like, would not have been that hard. She probably would have been all over that role. Her VA voices Luna from Marvel Rivals. No wonder. I don't know. Nothing against the voice actors, because, like, it's definitely a direction thing. She does a pretty good job voicing Vex. Like, I think the voice is good. I just don't think it's good for what Vex should be character-wise. And I think a lot of the voice lines themselves are not good for what Vex should be character-wise. I mean, it's incredibly, like, subjective. I know there's a lot of people that are really into Vex and do like her and her character. But, I don't know. I've grown up in and around a lot of alt subcultures and shit. Like, it's just been a very big part of my life. And so I'm like, I know what this shit should be if it wanted to actually be respectful and accurate to these subcultures. It's just not. Yeah, this voice is more suited for a Gage-like rather than a goth girl. Precisely. If you were going for more of that, like, teenage punk, like, just, if you're going for it as literally just, it is a phase, right? If you make her like an it is a phase goth girl, then yeah, I think this voice would be perfect. but they tried to play it too straight. From a gameplay perspective, Vex is the worst Siren in the series. I think, in concept, she's very cool. Now, in terms of her actual skill trees and balance and build viability, yeah, I'd agree. I think having a proper summoner Siren is really cool. The issue comes that her summoner gameplay doesn't exist. Because her summoner gameplay is the weakest part about her. If blue tree and red tree were like actual proper trees and it wasn't just green tree all the way down, I think she'd be a very cool Siren. And be pretty damn unique. They just really fumbled on most of her skill trees. But I don't know, like Dead Ringer I love. I think Dead Ringer is really fun when it's strong during a playthrough. Because it's not like a... The way I described her way back in the day when I thought that Blue Tree was actually going to be something someday. Dead Ringer, it feels less like a pet class and more like a summoner class, right? Like, it's not so much... That, like, of course, with Trouble, it's more of a pet. But Vex is all about aggro control and spamming shit out. She is just spamming damage with Dead Ringer. Spamming damage, nothing looks at her, and it's cool. It's really fun. The problem is... There's just no way to actually use Dead Ringer in a way that's actually viable, especially now that they got rid of the Gastrobait thing. You can't even give Dead Ringer heavy weapons. So I'm like, there's not even the more traditional pet build setup that existed with Dead Ringer anymore. It just doesn't work. But having her be, like... It's like a Necromancer class, right? Like, that's more so what Vex is rather than a traditional pet build. And I think that's very cool. But that's just not what they focused on. They focused on her most boring action still being press button, get steroid. Damn, dude, that's awesome. Incarnate is so cool and so fun to build around. It's really interesting, and it does super cool and awesome things, and it totally isn't just a combat steroid that does a little bit of everything. They just... I don't even think Incarnate should exist, not gonna lie. I think fucking... Incarnate exists because of her passive, and because of the attunements. But the attunements are bad. No one uses the attunements, they're unfun to play around, and they're just dog shit. So, like, Incarnate exists for no reason other than a system that was failed. And the skill itself is just the best because it's her only, like, active action skill that she can upkeep, and it's the best for gun builds, which gun builds are like the only, or traditional gun builds, which gun builds are the only thing that she's able to run. So it's like, that genuinely might be one of the single worst designed Vault Hunters in general. Not even just as a Siren. Vex might just be the worst designed Vault Hunter. Which previously went to Zane, to be clear on that. Prior to Vex, Zane was by far the worst designed Vault Hunter. He's a good Vault Hunter, he's a very good character, but design-wise, he is deeply, deeply flawed. Vex is even more so. Vex has a lot of the same issues as Zane. And then some. Because even at Zane's worst... Okay, well... No, even at Zane's worst, he had more build diversity than Vex. Literally, even day one Zane had more build diversity than Vex does. Besides Green Tree, I think Zane is fine. Gage is worse. The reason I think Zane is so bad is because there's no workarounds to the thing that makes him flawed. Gage and Zane are very similarly flawed. Between Anarchy and Violent Momentum, I think Violent Momentum is just more restrictive because you also have to be moving. It's also kind of hard to tell if Gage's lack of build diversity is necessarily, like, the game's fault, because I think Gage's trees are good, right? It's more so just that they don't suit the end game, or like yeah, they don't really suit the end game of BL2. Even during a playthrough, Green Tree is still just by far and away Vex's best tree, with Dead Ringer just being her best action still. But no, Zane's speed is what makes him unique. Yeah, but I just mean, that's why I think Zane is more flawed than Gage. I also don't have that much experience with Gage, so I'm much more familiar with all of Zane's issues. So like, there is definitely a bias in that statement. But from my understanding, I think Gage is like slightly better designed overall. Just that DT's AI is non-existent. Here, Rafa also has massive issues. I just don't like Rafa whatsoever, but yeah, no, he got nerfed kind of heavily recently with absolutely no compensation buffs. They nerfed the only class mod anyone ever used on him, but didn't think to do anything to maybe buff some of his other underperforming class mods substantially. So Rafa's kind of just been in a bad state. Can we have Vex TDR build? You can? I imagine it still works. TDR Vex used to be really, really strong. I'm pretty sure it still is. Vex or ChatGPT ass skill trees? I mean, that's kind of just the skill trees across the board in this game. It's strange to me that like the one thing they took from Wonderlands wasn't the melee weapons, but instead was the skill trees. I feel like the skill design, where it's just a lot of numbers. Love Rafa's personality, but his action skills and trees for me are very boring. I really like arc knives. I don't like Groundbreaker and Per My Last. Which, I don't know, I guess Per My Last is dead. Apparently. I haven't really tested it. Holy fucking shit, buddy! Holy shit! Rex Warden with the 10 gifted memberships. Good lord. Thank you. That is greatly appreciated, brother. Yeah, Gage is stuck in the wrong game. I need to hook up my stream thing to actually have notifications for YouTube stuff. God damn, man. I appreciate that. Gage Middle Tree would go crazy in BL1. Archetypes are just clunky and bad to work around. Yeah, I wish they didn't dash you forward with every single click. Yeah, no, I find Rafa to be really boring overall. Rafa is kind of just better Zane. He's better Zane in terms of, like, formula and gameplay, but he loses out on a lot of the sauce that Zane had. Even Axton, like, the thing that made Axton and Zane very cool was their utility, and Rafa has literally none. He has a turret that kind of sucks ass, and I don't even think draws aggro. It does draw aggro, just not well, I think. And it's really shit to play around. But Rafa just has none of the sauce that made, Axton or Zane interesting and fun. At least to me. I'm not super into Rafa. Gage would have worked better in any game that is not BL2. Legitimately, yeah. Like, she is straight up just in the completely wrong game. Even then, I think she works good in BL2, just not at OP levels. I've played through UVHM with her, and I was having a lot of fun fucking around with tons of shit other than Anarchy. And she was still working pretty well. I think it's just OP levels that she sucks ass in. Rafa is built to be the most offensive soldier-like class. That's the problem, though. I don't think he is a soldier class. He's a Moze class, which I don't think Moze is a soldier either. Moze and Rafa, to me, feel more in line with, like, Salvador, where they're just absolute DPS machines. And that's kind of it. Because I think the soldier class, like, the soldier classes, I believe, are, Roland, Axton, Wilhelm, and Zane. And unironically, I think Vex. Legitimately, I think Vex. I think Vex is actually the soldier class of 4. And that's why I like her. But they're all characters that have offensive ability with very strong defensive utility. And I think that's what defines the soldier class. And Rafa just doesn't have utility at all. Vex does. Is Vex's utility usable at endgame? No, because Blue Tree's fucking ass. But I think Dead Ringer and even Trouble, makes her a bit more of a soldier than, Rafa. You know, have you played Vex? I'm like, if you do a playthrough as Vex and use Dead Ringer, you'll see what I mean. She plays like a soldier class. Now Gearbox has a core problem for class identities. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's cool. I think swapping around the class identities to the different classes is very neat. Because, like, Vex is still technically, like, she is the soldier of 3. But again, she's more of that, like, big fucking, I mean, she's just big, huge burst damage class without any utility. She's very much so like an infantry kind of thing. And it's cool. I like that. I like that they changed it up a little bit. Rafa, again, is like the same sort of thing, just a little bit more DPS focused overall. With like the Tidor stuff thrown in there and his melee damage as well. And I think that's very cool. And it's a neat way to switch it up. And again, Vex being the Siren, I think having like a magical kind of soldier class is also a really neat way to take it. I just wish it was usable. Meanwhile, Trouble and Forge drones may as well be cosmetic pets. Are Forge drones still ass? Agreed. Vex the Mage Knight? Yeah, like, I think Vex is a really cool design. Her skill trees just suck ass. She needs significantly better balance and an actual passive. Which also, with that, actually, something else that Incarnate almost does feel kind of soldiery as well, if attunements weren't so ass. Let me show this real quick. Let me also catch up because chat's moving a little fast. Hold on. Roland, Axe, and Wilhelm are 100% the soldier classes. That's why I mainly play those. Yeah. And what's funny is I used to hate the soldier class until Zane. Zane is what made me really appreciate combat utility. Yeah, Mose would be considered the Gunzerker even if she is a soldier. I like characters with a lot of still expression, but sometimes I just want something that's just basic as shit. Something that's not OP, but you can also use anything and do alright with. Yeah, I think having a good balance of that is always nice. That's why I like BL3, with its design for classes and shit, because every single class can be that. Every single class can kind of just be OP and use everything, or can be very strategic and have like a lot of brain power going into playing that build. Like, it's entirely dependent on building that game, and I think it's awesome. Yeah, Action Turret still has very high skill cap and is very expressive in the way that you use it. It's so much fun, especially in Roguelands. Axton is my favorite one to play for Roguelands. Rafa feels dependent on his action still being up to do most of his standard gun stuff, unless I'm just a colossal idiot. No, that's about him. He's very overdrive focused, which is why when they nerfed his overdrive class mod and not buffed anything else, he's kind of stinky now. Now I'm currently playing Amara, which besides being the siren of the game is also the melee character. Yeah, I think it's cool. Again, like, Flak I think is also a great example of this. Flak is the hunter class, but Flak is a hunter in a way that is not traditionally seen for hunters, where Flak is the exact opposite of high burst damage, which is usually what hunter classes are. Flak is pure spam DPS, and I think it works perfectly. It's very neat. But yeah, okay, so with Vex, or with Incarnate, something that did kind of have me excited about it is I thought that she effectively had variable grenades with Eldritch Blast, and she kind of does, but only with attunements, because each of these attunements has like special shit. So the first one, you get splash damage, max shield capacity, whatever. This is where it gets interesting. Dreadlight, when you throw out a radioactive Eldritch Blast, or just deal, or wait, no, that deals gun damage? I thought it was when you dealt radiation. Am I stupid? Oh, it's just when you deal gun damage. Oh, fuck. Wait. Hold on, are all of these lame, or is it just that one? Because no, that one's melee damage. Is this the corrosive one? I thought there were some effects that triggered when dealing the cryo damage. I might actually be insane. I mean, like, you do still get the, like, some of the bonus damages and shit, but having that, like, kind of variable Eldritch Blast with her passive, I thought was going to be kind of cool. And you could kind of switch to attunements to match the situation that you're in and use Eldritch Blast. Unfortunately, Eldritch Blast damage sucks dick. Attunement sucks dick, and now I'm realizing that it wouldn't even work the way that I think I wanted it to. Biden Blast! I think the most utility character they made in BL was with Maya. She is, for me, the best example of utility. Her most powerful DPS skills are unlocked behind Phase Lock, which is one of the best designed action skills of the franchise. See, you're right that Maya is also a very good example. Well, fuck you, Zane is the utility character. Every single action still has some form of utility to it. Zane is the utility guy, and I will hear nothing else.
Sweetness.
God. Cat's moving fast today, boys. Put Vex in one she'd style all over Lilith. 'Cause, 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 'c Cash Fits pay to win to a T. He's still super busted after being nerfed. Dude, he has fucking... He has an execute. He has execute damage that funnels into Groundbreaker. That character's fucking ridiculous. Xenomos felt like the only characters in BO3 that had likable personalities. I love all the characters in BO3. I think they're fun. I'm disgusted by Green Tree Harlow. Their greed, their power. It's a disgusting amount of power. Flack is a non-character, trash voice actor, bad writing, neither cool nor funny. I really like Flack. I'm also a big fan of Pro ZD. I think he's cool. Also not weak to corrosive. That is a fair complaint. That shit's fucking bull. Flack should have had an armor bar just like Clappy. How the fuck is Flack not burst DPS when his whole initial meta was fade away and spam Jacob's duns during the whole action slow duration to melt bosses? Well, see, that's exactly why he's not burst DPS. He's not, I guess I can be clear, he's not single shot burst DPS. The spam there is important. Flack is like the opposite of a one shot, one kill character. Instead, forgoing that for very high, like DPS rather than big burst. To the point where Flack can't really have big burst playstyles outside of rocket launchers. But like Sniper Flack is next to non-existent. Which is unfortunate, because it was almost there if they ever added the blue fang. God, that class mod would have been cool. Notice they never gave another character the ability to insta-revive players from a distance again after Maya, which kind of sucks, because I would have loved for that to be an ability someone had in 3.
We're good.
That would have been so nice for takedowns. There's a reason I put it on my my character concept. At least I think I did. I'm pretty sure the infusion skill, I think I had it that if it was used on a revived player, it would instantly revive them and infuse them. They did technically, Clawbringer could. Here for my monthly visit. Is the game decent yet? All I'm playing is Wuthering Waves, so I haven't followed BO4. It's the exact same state that it probably was in as the last time you asked. Nothing changes. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, BO4 is fun, just not holy smokes amazing. It's disappointing for a Borderlands game, but it is still a pretty alright game. I do, like, it usually when asked, I'll say, like, it's worth a playthrough. Not for full price. But it's worth a playthrough if you're a big Borderlands head. Just don't expect a super enjoyable or deep end game. Also be aware of the infamy system, which is the stupidest fucking thing ever. The only thing that kind of sucks about playthroughs. Put 100+ hours in it, but I yearn for more. Oh yeah, no, if you've already put that much time into it, it's probably about the same state you left it in, just with like slightly more mid content. At least a few times got pummeled by his clones. Isn't there a voice line in 4 that confirms Zane has fucked his clone? Thought I remembered that being a thing. How's it going, Hololock? Boot up stream in background for a Minecraft fishing session. Hell yeah. Please, Zane, let me tap it once. Apparently a podcast is not something the average Borderlands fan is interested in, which, damn, maybe I'm a massive outlier. Very likely you are. I don't think that... I don't know. Dead Echoes, I think, is cool. I still haven't even fucking listened to it. It's a cool idea. It's just not something that was ever really gonna have mass popularity. Even outside of just Borderlands, like... audio-based storytelling isn't something that is super, super popular. So you're taking something that's kind of already niche and putting it into a franchise with a... I'm not talking to you, Siri. Suck my fucking fat cock. And putting it into a franchise that most people do not actually give a fuck about story in. Probably, again, I'm sure... the reason they thought it might be a good medium to do it in is probably because the whole BL3 shit made them think that people cared about the story more than they do. But again, if this franchise was a franchise full of people that really, really cared about story and not much else, damn, TPS would have probably been the single best-selling thing ever. People think that Dead Echoes existing somehow takes resources that he used on working on BL4. What resources? They aren't even using the resources to work on BL4. Assuming there even was somehow an overlap there, clearly there's a lot of resources just kind of lying around. Might as well use them for something. TPS was sabotaged? Yeah. It is. I think that will forever be the, even more than 4, the biggest fucking missed opportunity of the franchise. It's quite unfortunate. I still dream. I still dream about the timeline where Luxy Space Cruise actually released. BO3 had gameplay that was just perfect and great humor and some pretty fun dialogue. BO3 is great. Yeah. Also had fucking a community. I think that's like the biggest disappointment about 4 is it's not necessarily like it's a cause of the game itself having these issues and shit. But God, it just really sucks that there's really not a community around it. Like, that was the coolest part about 3, and, like, especially the early days of 3, was just how active the fucking community was, and the constant, like, discoveries of new shit and stuff, and I don't know. It just felt like a very big but, like, close community, and it was cool, and it was very active, and it was fun. But I mean, that's probably why you can't find anyone talking about Dead Echoes as well, because if something like that released with 3, even if it was niche, like, it's something that people cared enough about the franchise that people that wouldn't usually listen to something like that probably would try it out, and there would be a way higher amount of people that would be interested in something like that, just because there was more people active within the community overall. And 4 just, like, it doesn't have that, and it really sucks. Because I think that was one of the more fun things about being around for the early days of 3, was just how fucking cool the community was. And how much fun it was to just, like, boot up into matchmaking and play with people. You should play it again? Oh, don't worry. I've been playing a lot of BO3. I actually, I've been playing a lot off stream as well. Which I kind of was burnt out a little bit. Not to the point where it was a problem. I was kind of just mostly only playing BL3 in regards to content. Which, like, it happens, you know. Making content on a game, it kind of sometimes gets a little more difficult to play it in your free time. But no, recently I think I'm through the burnout, because I've just been enjoying playing it in my own time as well as making content. I only listened to Dead Echoes because I used to listen to 1940s radio programs during my hour commute. See, I just haven't watched it yet. I do want to listen to Dead Echoes. I just haven't yet because I've been binging From. Very good show, by the way. Highly recommend. We'll see how that changes with the last season, but as of right now, I like it. I think it's from the same people that did fucking Lost, so we'll see what happens. Is BL4 dead? Buddy, it may have been dead. From a story enjoyer standpoint, nobody on my side of the community really gives that much of a shit about BO4. Yeah. I missed it earlier. I was talking about some lore stuff with the timekeeper, but literally all of it is just assumed pretty much. Funny is a lot of the shit that can be assumed about the timekeeper and the war and his relation to it is literally from BL3, which is fucking hilarious. Barely even fan art of BO4. It's bare. Yeah, fan art. Barely even that completely normal fan art where everyone has their clothes on. Really disappointing.
Come, go journey to the dark beyond. Respectable.
Time waster is a non-enemy, really? He'll send you to the cornfield if you get upset about him watching you in the bathroom. I'm like, I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot somewhat. Just with implanting you. I think it's cool. Like, it gives the character stakes beyond, I just want to kill that guy. And I do like the, he's letting you live because you're effectively tying up loose ends for him. Like, that's cool. It's not anything unique or new, but like, him letting you live because your goals technically align for the first bit, I think is cool. The issue is, the way that resolves itself is fucking retarded. Because it's pure just like, they didn't know what to do, so they Deus Ex your ass. Sniper rifle damage. That might get banked. Which sucks, because that's gonna fill my bank. But because it's literally just, you fucking, spoilers. You shoot Zadra, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna shoot myself. Oh, he's gonna make me shoot myself. Oh, he's gonna do it. And then you just, like, mind over matter the thing that's in your spine. And that's how they resolve that. And I think that's so fucking stupid. But also, like, what the fuck else do you do? I don't know. I think... Because, like, we know that some people survive the ripping process. I think that should have been, like, investigated more while you're in Carcadia. You should have got... I mean, dude, there's sane rippers. There's a group of pacifist rippers that we now know about. Why wasn't that in the main story? We know that there's some rippers that rip themselves and don't go completely fucking crazy. So why don't we find them in the main story and learn how to rip our fucking bolt properly? That's how you could do that without it being retarded Deus Ex Machina bullshit. Hyped for Loveless? It's hard for me to really be excited about any new content whatsoever because it doesn't change anything that I don't like about the game. None of it fixes anything. Like, Loveless doesn't really do anything for me. Even if she's really... She could be the most amazing, well-designed Vault Hunter that perfectly fits my playstyle. And she's still not gonna make me log into BL4 more than I do. The time people need these people dead anyway, and clearly is capable of making people do that. Why the fuck did he not just explode their heads fucking Suicide Squad style? They're... Actually, wait, I don't know. You're right. Don't the bolts explode? Or am I actually just thinking about Suicide Squad? That might actually just be me thinking about Suicide Squad. But no, I don't know, because they are bolted up. Why doesn't he just make them kill themselves? I think there's a reason for it. It's a dumb reason, but I remember there being a reason as to why he wanted us to kill them. I just can't quite remember it. It might have been because he didn't want the people in... I think it was... Oh, I think it was because he was like... He didn't want the people under their control, like in their respective areas, thinking that the Timekeeper has turned on them. So having a Vault Hunter be the one that kills them, it doesn't show that he's, like, losing power, right? necessarily. It's not that he's like second guessing the people he's put in charge. It's that the people he's put in charge are just getting absolutely fucking annihilated by the Vault Hunter. What are your thoughts on Bounty Pack 4, by the way? In all honesty, I love the visuals and areas most out of the Bounty Packs. Zane one gave me a headache. I thought the Zane was more visually interesting, and I think it was kind of disappointing that the new Bounty Pack was just Carcadia assets we've all seen before. Especially considering Carcadia is, like, the most boring location. However, that's just visuals for me. I actually quite enjoyed the Bounty Pack. Surprisingly so. I thought the map design was really good. There was a lot of elevation, and some maps even had like some really cool cover usage to them. I thought the Bounty Pack was like actually kind of funny at some points, which was very nice to see BL4 actually be funny and have some of that Borderlands humor with the Reddit mod ass fucking final bosses. I thought they were hilarious. And I mean, it was just nice to fight Rippers. It was nice to have a fucking piece of content that wasn't just order enemies. So it was kind of the most fun mobbing since, Stone Demon. But with way better map design than Stone Demon. I think this Bounty Pack was the most fun to actually play through in terms of, gameplay. Did not like Trippy, though. I really did not like Trippy. Trippy was, viscerally uncomfortable. To, like, the same degree that Fran was. It seems like they made Moxie where she's, like, charmingly horny. Moxie's tastefully horny is kind of it. And, like, the innuendos and shit are just part of her character. And literally, like, not just part of her as a character, it's part of her character's character, right? So it's like, there's this disconnect where it's charming and fun and funny. Trippy and Fran are just aggressively sexual. And I don't like it. It's weird. It's weird, it's not funny, and it makes me feel like I'm a woman out alone at night. But yeah, no, Trippy is literally, aside from Trippy, I think the Bounty Pack is funny. I don't know why they are going so hard with the fucking Les Sex funny in BL4. Actually, I do. It's because people were upset about poop jokes in BL3, and so they just went whole hog on sex jokes instead. Far more mature humor, I suppose. Yeah, Moxie would invite you to a dinner and at least want to get to know you. That's it. Like, Moxie, the whole thing with Moxie is she has a very classy demeanor, right? She's like a very classy character who also is just constantly making fucking innuendos. So it's like you have like that kind of clash there. But she's respectfully horny, which is based and epic. Trippy just wants to fucking take you around the dumpster and raw dog you. Retcon Trippy. Legitimately, if Trippy just wasn't a thing, that Bounty Pack is significantly better. Every cutscene is Anu and Trippy having sex. And Fran joins. Post-mortem? Yeah, even if Moxie looked vulgar, like it's literally just what the character is and how the horny is portrayed that makes Moxie not like a weird character. Trippy was legitimately just written by like a sex offender though. That's the difference, is fucking Trippy sounds like she was legitimately written by fucking Diddy. The big man himself. Trippy has a fucking baby oil storage room. Worse than Epstein. Yeah, she also just generally has an actual personality outside of the sex shit. Trippy is just a one-note sex joke. It's the same thing with, like, Fran, where Fran is also kind of just... The joke of Fran is fat, ugly woman wants sex. Haha. It's the fucking... It's the... What's her name? Chick from, like, Bridesmaids and a bunch of those movies at the time. It was her typecast. Melissa McCarthy? Or was that the chick who had sex with fucking... Wait. Yeah, Melissa McCarthy. It's the Melissa McCarthy typecast. Where it's just like mid-fat woman who is constantly aggressively horny. That's what Fran is. Yeah, Fran isn't even ugly, just very obese, and that's it.
I'm here to take you away.
Like, that's the joke. Hilarious stuff. Far better than ironic poop humor, by the way. Oh yeah, have you not seen the new Overwatch bitch? She's also apparently she's voiced by fucking a streamer chick. What's her name? I think isn't she dating Michael Reeves? I can't remember her name, but apparently she's voiced by her. Yeah, BL3's poop jokes are bad, but somehow butt stallion and boner farts is peak humor. I have the Melissa McCarthy Lego figure that exists. Yeah, Trippy and Vex were practically making out. Cash was reacting weirdly. Well, of course Vex was gonna be into it because Vex is just fucking Randy Pitchford's goth kitten insert, who's constantly fucking as sexualized as possible. As gooner-coded as possible. I laughed more at Troy going skag butts than most of BL4. Listen, one of the most iconic fucking lines to me in BL3, like, literally one of the things I fucking remember the most is, "Hey, turd farmers, look out the window." Like, I'm sorry, fucking shit humor is funny. Shit humor can be used really well, and it can be funny. When you're being told by someone who has a fucking... Troy is one of the siblings that has a cult. They have literal fucking god powers. They're literally moments away from phase locking the entire fucking moon out of the sky. They killed your friend. And they have a planet full of psychos that worship them. And this motherfucker comes over the Echo Network and says, "Hey, turd farmers, look at the window." That's funny. Like, I don't care, man. That is actually a well-constructed joke. Because of that context of who the fuck is just sitting, who is sitting here calling you a turd farmer. It's funny. And it's funnier than everyone just wanting to fuck 24/7. Vex only lacks a giant rack and stompy boots. True. Wonderlands was fantasy funny and BO3 was lowbrow humor in a good way to me. That's always been what the games have been. Like, the lowbrow humor is a big part of the franchise. There's been poop jokes since BL1. And BL1 is like the fucking most dry humor of the franchise. And there's still shit jokes in it. Lowbrow humor has like been a staple of this franchise. It's just, I don't know, man. The people that fucking grew up on BL2 are miserable old bastards now that can't find a fart funny. There we go! That's it! I just had to start talking about farts and poop and shit! Let's fucking go! I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna kill myself. Never mind. Oh my god. Ah! I've been trolled. God damn it. Got the poopy herald. Could be world drop, and it is! Yeah. Borderlands would not be the same without shit jokes. I've been playing since the beta for BL1. Yeah, it's what the franchise is. And as proof, guess what game feels the least like a Borderlands game and also doesn't have that many shit jokes? Funnily enough, the one of the only side quests I remember is the Genevieve one where she's turned into a toilet. Felt like the BL4 Vault Hunter story videos implied a level of satire that the main game feels like it doesn't quite hit. Dude, so I was really concerned about how entertaining this game was going to be when they were talking about it at PAX and shit. Because they were like, we're taking a more serious tone. We're going to talk about, ooh, a dictator. Ooh, serious stuff. Whoa, we're going to take this very seriously. Woo. I was like, this is going to be fucking boring as shit and so lame. And then the Rafa cinematic dropped. And I was like, oh my god. This is the closest that they've ever been to BL1 humor. That Rafa cinematic got my hopes way too fucking high. Like, holy fuck, that Rafa cinematic was good. That's that, like, dark, kind of dry humor that BL1 had all over the place. And I was actually excited about the tone of this game. And then the game came out, and it's not, there's no jokes to be had. It's the PlayStation 3 of Borderlands. BO4 just has no jokes. But yeah, I don't know. Whoever wrote those fucking Vault Hunter cinematics did an incredible job. BO4 just isn't weird and silly, and it fucking sucks. It's just, again, it's just so bland. But yeah, those character cinematics are all amazing. Even Cash's was still pretty damn good. I just wish that kind of writing made it into the fucking main game. Rafa Short gave Teeter more personality than all of New Tales. It was so good. Yeah, there's so many, like, elements to that one. I think Rafa's by far was the best. Harlow's is probably the weakest, just because there really wasn't much. And she also really fucked up the Tronc delivery. I'm glad we got to hear her do a Tronc call, but hers really sucked ass. And I'm also sad that Amon isn't connected to Githian. That was also kind of disappointing. Because they reused the fucking cultist models from DLC 2, but then they said that it wasn't the same cult, and I was like, well, it should have been, because that would have actually been really interesting to see how that influenced beyond, like, just beyond Xylurgos. BO3, both Samuel and Daniel said Tronc with such pride of a war cry. You know, you go from fucking... you go from Samuel's fucking Tronc to Harlow's Tronc. It's really, night and day. Can you do your best Tronc call? I didn't see that message. There you go. Thanks. No problem. Anytime. I imagine Cash probably has some connection to Githian, or at least whatever the Lodge magic is. Just because he got it from, like, he got his shit from Mancubus, right? But yeah, no, I wish that was something that was kind of more expanded on. You do a whole fucking DLC around, I mean, I wish literally anything about Mancubus was expanded on in that DLC. Mancubus got so fucking shafted, he might as well not have been there at all. He was just there for the callback. Oh, dude, the Troncs in general are just the fucking highlight of that game to me. I think the Troncs are some of the best fucking characters this franchise has seen. They're so fucking funny. Yeah, he was there for fan service and nothing else. It was just a callback, same as Pickle. It was so people point at their screens in Pog when they see him. Which, again, for how much Gearbox seems to be wanting to go with the hate that BL3 got, it's very strange for them to do that with BL3 characters, but I don't know, they're doing the same thing for Flak now, so. Well, why? Well, we can't wait for them to ruin that character. Comment on a bunch of your vids but never caught a live. Hey, how's it going, brother? Glad you can make it to one. Yeah, Pickle was only there to stomp on yet another part of TPS. But he fucking survives as an orphan on space Australia. Survives it crashing through the fucking mystical shield dome. Into adulthood just to fucking die by being cold. Die by cold. But the BL4 DLC worth it? Not at all. I genuinely, like I said, base game I recommend. I think BL4 is worth a playthrough if you're a fan of Borderlands. Not for full price, but I think the game is at least still worth a playthrough. I don't think the DLC is. I don't think there's been a single piece of DLC that is actually worth buying yet. Unless you want new guns. If you're buying the DLC literally just for the guns, then, like, fair enough. There's a lot of really good and pretty damn cool guns in a lot of the DLC. But if you're buying the DLC for actual content and for, like, shit to play through, I don't even think it's fucking worth it. Unless you get it on a very, very deep discount. But, like, again, for reference, the DLC 2, or DLC 1, is beatable in under 2 hours. I'm pretty sure you can get it. I think my fastest completion of it was an hour 30. I'm pretty sure you can get it shorter than that. You can probably blitz through it in an hour if you really, really try. Are they fucking around with Flak? I spent a whole shit ton of time doing 3 different builds on his robotic ass. Yeah, Flak is gonna be in the next DLC, or the final story pack is gonna be about Flak, which I think is ridiculous and completely fan service, because I think as a character, there's literally no fucking reason for Flak to be on Kairos with the Crimson Raiders. It makes no fucking sense to me, given Flak's character, why the hell they would stick with the Crimson Raiders post BL3. Flak is there to hunt bigger and bigger shit. Flak just wants to kill huge fucking things. At the end of BL3, Flak kills a piece of what is currently the strongest known thing in the fucking universe. Why would he not stay on Pandora to continue trying to fucking kill the Destroyer? That's where I think Flak's motivations would lie, is for them to stay on Pandora. I can't see a single world where Flak would stick with the Crimson Raiders and come to Kairos. Why does Flak care about finding Lilith? How does that fit their motivations whatsoever? Like, I'm sorry, the Timekeeper's not a stronger foe than the Destroyer. Yeah, Big Game Hunt was a huge disappointment. I love fighting big monsters in games, and that DLC was unfortunate. Flak and 4 to rescue his Skag. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't like Gearbox's insistence on bringing characters back just to ruin their character. Because what are we at in BL4 so far? We've got Amara got absolutely fucked. How's it going, Admiral Wilhelm? Welcome, brother. Amara got fucked. Moxie and Ellie got fucked. Mancubus, his character is alright, but there's no reason for him to be there, so I'll count him. Pickle got fucked, so that's 5 already. Zane was questionably fucked. I think his motivations for the entirety, like, the Zane DLC just seems weird. Zane doesn't strike me as a sentimental person like that. But, I don't know. The DLC was fine. It was whatever. But that's 5 characters already. Not, we'll say 5.5 with Zane. That they've just fucked beyond belief for no reason. Amara just became a fucking cuck. I don't know why Amara they just made her a little fucking bitch boy cuck to Lilith, but sure, I guess. Oh, Lilith is so powerful. We have to find Lilith. She's the strongest out in the universe. Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly something that Amara would say ever. But yeah, it's because it's supposed to be fucking Ava. You're getting in the Amara chair, buddy. Strap down. You're not going anywhere. I love the, my favorite flak line is one of the combat lines. I think it's when you command your pet. I think it's one of the pet command lines. It just goes, that one was talking shit. It just, the delivery of that line hits so fucking hard, and it's so aggressive coming out of usually such the monotone boy. It's like, it always catches me off guard every time I hear it. It's so weird she's not in the game even if the community hates her. Gearbox needs to just stick by their fucking guns because they keep making things worse by doing this shit. Ava was a good character. Like, I think that is acknowledged by a lot of people. I don't know if I'd say most, because it's kind of hard to tell, because again, vocal minorities and all that. A lot of the people that even talk about Ava are the people that even cared that BO3's story was mid, which I think most people just don't give a fuck about. But Ava's a good character. Ava had a really good trajectory. It was just she was misused and mishandled in the story. But it's not something that couldn't have been fixed by sticking with her. But now the fact that they have not stuck with her, and we don't know what the fuck is happening with Ava, it's like they're shooting themselves in the foot for when they do bring her back, because now she's going to be weirdly underdeveloped. Which was the same issue that happened in 3, where all of her character development happened off-screen or in the background, and she ended up feeling very underdeveloped. Even though she wasn't, she was like a good character, she had a character arc, she had a good story to her. It was just not the focus. And so she felt underdeveloped, and now once again, they're repeating that same mistake. So it's very strange. Ava's terrible in the main plot, but good in side missions, which points to exceptionally bad writing. I just think that it was... the writing of Ava was fine. I think they just cut around her a lot, is the problem. I think they probably tried to streamline the story a little bit, and in doing so, we lost things like that funeral scene, and we lost a lot of other stuff probably with Ava. Because again, she does have a proper, fully developed character arc of following in Lilith's footsteps, learning how to be a good leader, eventually stepping up to lead a mission, and like coming around to forgiving and understanding and shit. All of that happens. All of the things that people complain about with Ava are things that do happen in the story, but I don't blame people for complaining about this shit, because again, all of it happens in the background. All of it is side conversations, some of which you can completely miss. All of it is side quests. None of it is main story. So it's like the writing is there, it's just like the focus on it isn't. That's what's missing. She just needed to be more present in the main story. But they ended up cutting a lot of shit. I'll never get triple bypass with AMP. Just keep gambling. You'll get it eventually. I like how the best way to see if a character would die in BO3 is if they were involved in side quests. I mean, see, you can also do that in BO2. What's kind of funny is a lot of the Roland quests you get from the bounty board. And not Roland himself. I love Gearbox locking essential lore behind echo logs or worse, idle lines. It's so fun and doesn't make me want to rip my hair out explaining who should have been an obvious, or what should have been obvious lore to people. Again, like... Ava has a full fucking developed character arc, but most people just will not realize it. It's fucking wild. And yeah, she's definitely not the only example. There's tons of shit like that. Even DLC 6, or was it 5, had me excited to see more of her. It was such a good direction to take her. Dude, Mysterious Lyra was fucking awesome. Mysterious Lyra got me hyped so hard for anything that... I'm telling you, Mysterious Lyra was like at least 30% on its own the reason I pre-ordered this game. That got me so excited to see what they were going to do with this franchise. Appreciate Mysterious Lyra for giving us cool mobbing maps. Everything about that DLC just fucks. Probably, like, at least top 5 DLC overall for me. Even though it was kind of, like, it was shorter compared to a lot of other DLC, I just think it was so cool. All of the maps are awesome. It's great development for Ava. I actually, like, I really enjoy the fucking true crime podcast satire of it all. I think it's fucking goofy and fun. The bosses are neat. The mobbing is enjoyable. And it gave us a raid boss. And really, really cool lore. A goofy ass fucking true crime podcast satire quest that like has some of the craziest lore that we've ever been given about the overall universe. I think was awesome. Like, it's so Borderlands. Funny enough, out of my friends, I think I'm the only one that never hated the BO3 story. I think when I was playing BO3 around launch with my friends, we all really liked it. Like, again, I don't think it was a majority of people that hated the BO3 story. At least, there wasn't that many people that gave a fuck. It's the same thing with BO2. Like, BO1, BO2, BO3, all of them have pretty mid stories. It's just that most people don't give a fuck. Not a game that's played for the story by 99% of people. I was actively laughing at that one side quest where the guy goes, dank meme. It's, is that, that's the Clapless side quest, right? Where you're taking out oooooooorrrrrrgggghhhh, Destroyer of Skags, or Lord of Skags. It's the same humor. I think that's just what's always weird to me, is it's the same humor the franchise has always been of ironic, I mean, probably not ironic knowing Randy Pitchford, but like, it's out-of-date cringe humor. What BO2 was, it's what BO1 was, it's what TPS was, it's all out-of-date cringe humor. And that's what I love about it. Dude, I still make D's nuts jokes. Alright? And I will never not find D's nuts funny. Yeah, the Dr. Disrespect gun. That is the oooooooorrrrrrgggghhhh. Or whatever the fuck. I love meme guy. Have I just, like, been horribly miscounting, or does it actually just take this much fucking time to farm Radix? I'm starting to wonder if fucking save quitting would actually just be faster than doing this run back. I think it probably might be. Yeah, Randy Pitchford's living in a time warp 5 years behind the rest of us, so the humor is stale but very nostalgic. I think just your mileage with the humor varies by how you interact with cringe. Like, how you take in cringe. I think cringe humor is able to be done very, very well, and I think the Borderlands franchise is very good at it. This just has such a long fucking death animation. Is that it? Is that actually the gun? Or is that a Gomi? Am I getting Gomer trolled? That looked like a Gomer. I'm getting Gomer trolled. I don't even want to look at it. I hate pearl farming! Ugh. Whoever made the Tina is the daughter of Krieg deserves to get shut down. I don't know if that could even be traced back to a single person. I think that's been around the community forever. You know, I remember, like, that, I think that came around way early into, like, when Krieg came out. And I think it was shut down very quickly or something, wasn't it? But people just didn't believe the writers and just refused. And I'm pretty sure, even as of the Krieg DLC, there was still people that were saying that likely Krieg was Tina's daughter. There were some people that took that, like, family photo or something as confirmation, right? Because I remember the Creed DLC coming out and people still being like, oh my god, it's true! Holy shit! I told you! I told you! I can do innuendos too! Tonight's fight is between Flyboy and the Vote Hunter. Blowjobs! I'm just really glad that while we didn't get the Hawk 2A as a gun, I am very happy that the one thing that is worthwhile about the first story DLC is that we get to hear fucking Randy Pitchford say Hawk 2A as Crazy Earl. That's a constable. That's awesome, actually. That's really cool. This, see, I love that now that this is happening, when I do actually get the Pearl, it's just not going to be exciting. Pearls needed to either just, I don't know, man. They should have never done the world drop and dedicated. It should have been one way or the other.
Here's the truth.
Because now I sit here getting dedicated pearls over and over, or world drop pearls over and over again while farming a dedicated. I'm not going to be excited when I get the fucking dedicated drop until I go walk over and hover over the fucking thing to be like, oh yay, I finally got the drop I was farming for. After getting like 17 other drops that were not the one that I was farming for. That's a plasmon. +5. It's 3. God, I hate pearls in this game! My GPU is roaring while idling, so if we could get this done fast, I would appreciate it. Brother, I'm sweating my ass off over here because this game turns my PC into a space heater. I also want this to be done.
I think I need to kill you now. Sorry, babe.
General Knox as a character was very important to make the BO2 humor and handsome Jack. General Knox is the fucking best. This is also way faster than walking all the way back. What GPU do you have? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I need my list. I'm not a PC parts guy. I don't have this shit on the top of my head. Good lord, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Well, shit. It was like a fucking AMD Sapphire something. Actually, wait, can't I see it in my fucking... Hold on, I'm retarded. Not there, fuck. AMD Radeon RX 7800 XT. That took me way too goddamn long. I don't computers. Hey Randy, here's my Sandhawk Tua. That's kind of nice. But do I care enough to... No, I'm just selling it. Oh, I'm probably not ever gonna use it. If we had enough unique legendaries, I didn't care that there was no pearls. I mean, the thing is, I think pearls either need to actually be done in a way that respects what they were originally and why they were cool, or they just have no point in being done. And after how they did them in BL2, I don't really trust Gearbox understands what made pearls so cool. I don't think BL2 was a good example of pearls, but that's what they're probably always going to base Pearlescence off of, is BL2, because that was the more popular game with them. Even though BL1 is the reason that they were cool at all. Next Dead Echoes episode is going to feature Casa Carnivora. Carnivora converted into a restaurant, which is just an insane coincidence to me because my rewrite AU, I had to Carnivora become a bazaar. God damn it, I need to catch up. I love Carnivora. Handsome Jack knows that robot fuckers existed a long time ago. The fact he says it so bluntly in the intro of Handsome Jackpot makes me feel amazed. Listen, you telling me you wouldn't take a trip to the Handsome Jackpot to get your freak on with a robot? Especially the hip thrusting one. I can't remember his name. The one you talked to after Trent the slut. Handsome Jack being in hell and still taking the wins. Oh my god, who wants they loader bot Hussy 8? Me, I do! It is the Jackpot intro song. It fucking rocks. I think the Jackpot might be my favorite of the DLC intros. I mean, just given the fact that the song from it has been in my effectively daily listen playlist ever since that DLC came out, I feel like that says a lot. But yeah, no, that intro just, I just think it's so perfect. It's such a perfect introduction to the whole thing. I wonder if it was recorded with a live jazz band. God, I forgot about that. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know there was a live jazz band that recorded the music in what's it called? The DLC, the epic DLC, the Moxie and Ellie fucking suck ass DLC. I think that's the name of it. I want to hug Timothy so bad. I want to fuck Timothy so bad. I still quote eat caviar like you even know what that is. Oh yeah, when Borderlands had great music and atmosphere. What do you mean, dude? The live jazz band, are you hearing me? Timothy would be confused if a hug for him would be considered sexual. Dude, could you just imagine, like, Timothy all tied up and whimpering? That would be cool, I think. They did the live jazz for Dig Me at the Casino. I'm pretty sure they did live music for at least a lot of BL3. Because I remember there being a lot of, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff in the behind the scenes shit that was a lot of recordings of them recording music live, if I remember correctly. Like, it wasn't even a thing they had to brag about in BO3. They just did it so commonly. What do you mean? Don't you love hearing the same 3 fight themes over and over and over and over again in BO4? Yeah, I'm glad there's not that much music, otherwise I might get confused. It might hurt my tiny little pea brain if there was too many songs. I remember people thinking that the music was bugged in BO4 since the lack of ambience in music is very noticeable. Dude, it's a fucking open world game that doesn't even have like a radio when you're driving around. I've been playing Once Human again with Ivy. And that game, they give you a bicycle, and the fucking bicycle has a Hello? The fucking bicycle has a radio on it. The bicycle! And it's like actual radio stations too, which is awesome. There's like, there's multiple stations that you can choose from. They each have like their own genres and shit. And they also have actual like radio voiceovers that interject and shit between songs. And that's just like this random ass fucking Chinese game. Like. Amon listening to Aeostorm would be peak. I want to enjoy driving through the Fade Fields because I genuinely love the environment, but the lack of ambience hurts. Just play the BL1 Firestone track. Reminds me of the BL3 as the Crimson Raider radios. Dude, that does so much for fucking ambience. I love, like, just being in an area and hearing fucking Troy and Tyrene having actual propaganda just playing on the radios and shit. And like ads cutting in on the TVs and stuff. It's so cool. There's so many small little details about BL3 where I'm like, it's a Borderlands game. And they actually loved it and they cared about it and they wanted to make it. And then 4 is just so bland in every aspect. It's such a product. 4 is just such a fucking product. Instead of an actual labor of love made by people that want to work on it. It doesn't feel like that. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure there are people that are enjoying working on this game. I'm sure there's people putting everything they have into working on this game, but it's just... It doesn't have that same level of detail that 3 does. 3, dude, there's an explosion too close to you in 3. Your ears start ringing. Your vision goes blurry. That's fucking awesome. That is so cool. And I don't think that's a thing in 4. I've never noticed it if it is. Fuck, I love Borderlands 3 so much. You're my second favorite child. There's so much detail in everything that BL3 does. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. One thing I did do, though, is turn the music off in BL3 and going through the Metroplex, hearing the wet footsteps, gunshots in the background, the Crimson Radio slowly fading into earshot. It's... Borderlands... Like, this was my concern with open world. This was always my biggest concern with them going open world. I don't think I needed to reset there. I don't know if I even killed him. I completely forgot what that run even was. But, like... When you go open world, you get less detail. It's just what it is. And with how detailed Borderlands 3 was, it's a fucking incredibly immersive experience. And it's so fun in that, because you can just turn music off and walk around and, like, be there. It's crazy. The sound design is also just overall incredible. All of the guns in 3 sound better than anything in BL4. The guns are amazing in feel and how they sound in 3. And it's like, there's just, you can't, unless you have an absolutely fucking unbelievable amount of budget and a huge fucking team dedicated to open world, you're never going to be able to just transition to open world like that and still keep all that same level of detail and shit. And it really sucks to go from what we had in BL3 to this. Yeah, average Fade Fields drive-thru is literally silence, occasionally broken up by, you see those order ships flying above? Dude, even the COV drop ships in BO3, they have their own fucking like radio callouts and shit. When one of those is around, you're hearing fucking propaganda. It's great. It's really fun in the slaughter shaft on round 5 when that ship shows up. You feel the soul in BL3, not in BL4, yeah. If I did my job as well as the people who made BL4, I would be fired. Trying to mod in a radio station, but Gearbox and 2K got very hostile to modders. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. That modding is effectively non-existent for 4. BL4 was made by a load of contract devs. Most of them are temp hires for each game, so most of them have no connection to the games. Yeah, that sounds about right. BL3 is some of the best overall world building and supportive tech. The story sucks a bit, but the world is complex and created with love. That's it. It's just, it's that difference. That's the difference that is the biggest thing, is one of them, it feels like just a complete product. It's a decent enough product. Just kind of shoved out to get it out there. BL3 was just, in every aspect, felt like a labor of love. And a willingness to create something like truly special and actually a true step forward in the franchise, whereas BL4 is a step to the side and to the back a little bit. No, Epic NG is so burnt out on the game, he won't even bother making BL4 Redux. So I thought he said that it just wasn't even possible to make a Redux mod to the, like, same scope. Explosion sounds in 3 are amazing and 4 they're forgettable and static. Dude, Radsplosions. Radsplosions are fucking insane. Also, I think even just, like, the way they talked about this game on stage was so much more uninteresting and uninterested than with BL3. The stage presence of these 2 games, I think, is something that would be interesting to go back and, like, look at the press material of each one and compare, because it might be nostalgia. I haven't looked at, like, I'm going completely off of memory, and my memory is I was in high school and I spent a lot of time being very, very excited, and I have really fond memories of, like, sitting in the library during my fucking sociology class, and instead of working on my fucking culminating project, I sat there with the PAX stream up on the Chromebook watching it, and then I listened to it on the way home, like as I was walking home, because it was like towards the end of the day, and I'm like, so there is a lot of nostalgia here, is my point. There's a lot of good nostalgia about the release cycle of BL3. But I swear, the way they talked about it, the way they showed things off, I remember them, like, going in depth about the new elements and talking about cryo and especially radiation and explaining how radiation worked, and it was a group of people that got up on stage and wanted to, like, genuinely talk about something that they were really fucking proud of and really fucking into. And not once did I ever get that feeling from any of the BL4 stuff when they were showing it off. It felt very PR. It felt very dry and bland, and we're gonna show you this today, but we're not gonna show you this. We'll hint at this. Randy doing his funny little Pearl bit. I don't know. And none of it gripped me as much. I was never... I cannot even give an estimate of how much I rewatched the Promethea playtest over and over and over and over and over again, because I was so amazed at what that game was. And it was just as fun to watch that hour of gameplay that they had people run through as playing it myself. I watched that shit on repeat. I would finish watching it, I would replay the fucking video. I think specifically I watched Jolts and K6, I think the two that I watched the most. But I would just sit there and I'd watch it and watch him do the side quests and run through Promethea and playing around with the Vault Hunters, because it was Amara and Zane at the time, I think, that they were letting people test. I was so fucking hyped, man. Because it was just such an upgrade. It was crazy to look at that gameplay footage and be like, in 6 months, I'm gonna be playing that. I had dreams about it, man. That's how much this shit was affecting my life. I had dreams that I was playing BL3 before it released. And, like, again, just there was never anything that got me that excited about BL4. There was a lot of red flags, in fact. Like, the skill tree shit I was never super into. Ordnance I was never super into. Rep kits I was questionable on. But, I don't know. I really hope that the BL5 cycle has something more to it. More similar to BL3. Because it was really fun. It was fun being that excited. And that into everything I was seeing. Anyways, I'm gonna stop yapping and start scrolling through because I fucking missed a lot of shit. BL4 feels more like a spin-off than a proper sequel. Yeah, no, genuinely. Genuinely, if BL4 was just Border Worlds or some shit, and this was their little, like, open world test and not actually a mainline game, I think I'd be fine with it. I'd be totally fine with it. I'd have way less complaints because at least I could chalk it up to the same thing with Wonderlands, where I didn't like some of the stuff they did with Wonderlands. I think a lot of the Wonderlands skill trees were lame, but I was able to look past it and enjoy it more for what it was. Because I was like, this is them experimenting and testing, and they should have a chance to do that, and I like that. It being a mainline game, though, I don't know. I just don't think it's a good mainline game. We got Wonderlands, thought it wasn't polished because they were focused on BL4. Boy, we were wrong. Felt like a "we made this game for you" Reddit. Yeah. Yeah, Grimscut had some great potential, but it will probably be left in pre-alpha limbo for God knows how long. I think he technically released it. I think it got, like, its final full release, but I think he did say he's not working on it anymore. I highly recommend, if you want a different BL3 balance overhaul, try Rebalance, or try Badlands if you want, like, a pure, more vanilla plus community patch like experience. But if you're not a fan of Redux, I highly recommend Rebalance. It's a combination of Redux and Badlands, but it's a lot more vanilla plus while still having, like, the Redux weapons and shit, and having a lot of overhauled weapons like E-Tech or Alien Barrels. Alien Barrels were almost entirely overhauled, and it's very cool. Rebalance is a really, really neat mod. Story-wise, Forfeit was made for BL3 haters. It absolutely was. Again, they catered to a vocal minority instead of the very strong, consistent, and dedicated community that they had around BL3. 4 feels like it's made to spite 3, yet they still put Zane, Amara, mentions of Moze, and Ava, Sanctuary 3, fuck-ass Hermes. Like, there were writers who were passionate and got replaced by Reddit halfway through. It's fine with rep kits, because I was the one dork who bought med kits in BL1. I just hate how it's literally just war paint or triple bypass. My problem with rep kits isn't the rep kit itself. It's the problem of the rep kit in the context of advanced movement and everyone having lifesteal. It's fucking impossible to die in this game. This is the, like, by far the easiest Borderlands game to date. And keep in mind, I'm someone who, like, does not care about difficulty in these games and has defended BL3 against the it's too easy allegations for years. Because I think every Borderlands game is piss easy. Every single Borderlands game has always been absolutely piss easy. These games have never been fucking hard. BL2 is not hard. Anyone who thinks it's hard, I'm sorry, you're wrong. You're just bad. Skill issue. That's kind of it. These games are not difficult. But that being said, Borderlands 4 is mind-numbingly easy. Everyone having lifesteal, multiple sources of different fucking survivability as well. It's usually not just lifesteal. Usually they all have multiple sources of lifesteal and health regen and overshield. But you combine that with the advanced movement, letting you play like a complete fucking retard and never be punished for it. And rep kits, letting you play like a complete fucking retard and never being punished for it. It is fucking impossible to go down in this game. You think Wonderlands was underbaked because they were working on 4? Nah, brother, they were focusing on making new Tales peak as hell. True. I can't wait for the newer Tales from the Borderlands, where everyone's obese and horny. You get awesome characters such as obese horny Octavio and obese horny Anu, not to be confused with Octavio and Anu. They are completely different people. Yeah, Borderlands has always been very casual. I've genuinely, like, I don't care if it makes me sound like an asshole. If someone fucking says that Borderlands 2 is difficult, I just immediately think they're bad at the game. Like, unironically. It's the most, like, fucking gatekeepy bullshit I could ever fucking imagine, I'm sure. It's probably cringe as hell for me to do. I do not think that Borderlands 2 is legitimately a difficult game.
I don't think so.
And it's not a problem if you think BL2 is hard. I have no issue with you thinking that BL2 is hard. I just think your opinion is invalid in that respect. Not everyone is good at FPSs, you know? It is what it is. That's another Gomi. Was that Daedalus shotgun? No, sniper. Dead Echoes is basically what New Tales should have been. Mr. Lifesteal was literally just Moxie weapons. I liked when I like some characters having it. I think Lifesteal was best done in BL3. It was, I think the characters that had Lifesteal inbuilt, it was all very well designed. Amara's was very deep in Red Tree. Zane needed it. I think Zane having lifesteal just that easy, I think is totally fine. Because of how shit he is in Fight for Your Life. And Moze's lifesteal, to activate it, she has to go against every instinct of her gameplay and actively put herself in danger to trigger it. I think BL3 lifesteal was great. Yeah, Borderlands is only hard if you want it to be difficult. That is exactly it. You can make these games difficult with challenge runs, but that is self-imposed restrictions. The games themselves are not hard. It's funny when Borderlands 2 fans think that everyone plays OP levels when many people don't even go into UVH. How to die in 4 Torg weapons, 1 enemy present. Yeah. The only time I fucking go down in BL4 is with the linebacker. What is this done? This is the crow sourced. That was what made me so bored. The characters can all do the same thing, so what's really special when the augments are ass and action stills are unbalanced? Yeah, that was like my main complaint from the early days of the still trees, is I didn't like the branching thing because the branching thing kind of fucks with build diversity in a weird, unfun way. And every character has access to every build. So like, what the fuck is the point? These are the most basic bitch still trees ever, which is really a shame because I think the still trees in Borderlands has always been where they really shine, especially compared to other games in the genre. I think that's been always what keeps me super into or just Borderlands. It's always been the still trees. I think still trees are never done as well in any other game that has them. And like, I'm sure that's a preference thing, but I think in traditional ARPGs, still trees are usually very boring and way too fucking big. Like, needlessly large. And they're all just minor stat boosts, usually. Like, I mean, dude, fucking Path of Exile is ridiculous. Path of Exile is one of the worst fucking still trees I think I've ever seen in any game ever. Destiny is... Destiny's whatever. It's not really fun. The closest I think I've ever seen is literally Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I actually quite like the still tree system in that, but I like the still tree system in that in terms of the stills and how they work and what they do. I think they're pretty impactful. The problem is how you progress the still trees is really retarded because it forces you to spend points in all of them as you get them. So like you get the first point you get, you spend in green. Like for Borderlands reference, you level up once, you get a point to spend in green. Okay, so you spend a point in green, and then the next time you level up, you have to spend in blue. Next time you level up, you have to spend in red. Next time you level up, you have to spend in green. And it cycles like that. It's really dumb. That system is fucking stupid, but the trees themselves are actually shockingly good. But again, just every time there's a still tree in any game ever, it usually fucking sucks dick in one way or another. Borderlands has just always consistently had very strong still trees and very fun still trees and very interesting still trees. Borderlands 4 does not. The stills are all very boring. Every character has everything. Oh, 14 costumes. God damn, chat's moving today. Guess I need to start streaming on Fridays more. Fuck, man. Gotta tell you more, majority of players don't go beyond normal mode. Imagine we could equip 2 augments. Yeah, I think BL3 trees were the best by far. They were very fun overall. It was only difficult when you're either in the OP levels or when you fight the concrete fun-destroying wall that is Veracitus. I mean, even in OP levels, I don't think the game is difficult. The game is just specific. If you have the shit that you need, then the game is piss easy. It's just getting the shit that you need and knowing the shit that you need. If you don't have, like, good guns, then yeah, OP is hard. But if you're in OP levels, odds are you have the shit that you want and need for your build, and you're probably fine. Most people saying BO2 is the best game ever made. Play through normal mode once and keep it at that, which is perfectly fine. So one thing I like about this franchise, you can spend X amount of hours and never feel like the game gatekeeps you from having basic fun. Borderlands 4 has entered the chat. The infamy system has entered the chat. Dude, it's hilarious. I'm just gonna read your message again because I think that is a perfect example of why Borderlands 4 fails in so many regards. It's one thing that I like about this franchise. You can spend X amount of hours and never feel like the game gatekeeps you from having basic fun. And then the infamy system happened, ladies and gentlemen. And then we got the infamy system. BL1 has the best trees, obviously. 15% XP gain on crit kill, my beloved. Unironically, BL1 had, like, the best skill trees of any game for the time. Genuinely, I think it was far above other games of that time, which isn't a high bar, but even back then, they were killing it. Yes, going from 72 to 80 on Zero was ridiculous. Zero already had way too many points at 72. There was, like, nothing that Zero actually gained from going to level 80, other than now every single skill tree is completely identical. There was a little bit of, like, personal preference in skill trees prior at 72. Like, between whether or not... Pretty much the personal preference was whether or not you got, execute. If you felt like you wanted to execute to move around the map a little bit better, you would get execute. Otherwise, you would put those points into maxing out, Grim, I think. And then you get level 80, and, there's no more variance whatsoever at all. Gage, Zero, and even Maya already had some wasted skill points with level 72. Yeah, those fucking characters were not built to go that high. I think that the initial level cap that they probably anticipated was like mid-60s, maybe, when designing those skill trees. I mean, for Zero to work, you literally just need to get down to critical ascension. You get Green Tree down to fucking CA and you're good. You just kind of win the game at that point. How very dare you not do side missions full of anti-humor. Yeah, it's wild to me that they are so fucking stuck on keeping infamy in the game. I have not seen... Listen, there was people that were against cross progression, okay? And yet, I don't think I've seen a single person ever actually defend the infamy system. And yeah, except Gearbox. Gearbox is the only people that seem to want the infamy system to stay in the game. Yeah, and you have no fucking mission rewards. Infamy is the stupidest thing they've ever done. The only thing that, like... It seems like it's a holdover from maybe they were initially planning on doing like a Just Cause liberation system. where there was gonna be like encampments and shit that you had to clear out, and clearing those out would lower enemy levels because they'd have like less enforcements because you're taking out like bunkers and shit. Like that's what it seemed like to me. Like it seems like it was a system initially made for that sort of like area liberation. And then they scrapped that system and were just like, nah, we'll just tie it to like side quests and collectibles. Not realizing how incredibly unfun that is. What's the infamy system? So the infamy system is, it's the system that causes enemies to over-level you. So you know how, like, when you're doing a playthrough, enemies will shoot up 5 to 10 levels above you. And even if you go grind XP, they stay 5 to 10 levels above you no matter what. And the way that you lower it, it's to force you to do side content. Because the way that you lower it is by doing side missions or collectibles. And the enemies will slowly lower back down to your level. So it literally gatekeeps your progression if you're not playing correctly. If you're not doing the side content, your progression through the main story is gatekept. But what's even stupider, okay, the most retarded thing about it is that they're only specific areas. So here's the example that I can give. It's a lot of the time it's these areas right before you go into like these sub areas, okay? Sometimes there's other areas, but this entire walk-up section up to Callus, this area will be affected by infamy. These characters, I think when I did my first playthrough, they were like 5 to 10 levels above me. But I was using Dead Ringer, so with Dead Ringer, you can kind of just draw aggro away from yourself and like cheese the fuck out of the infamy system. I got through this area with enemies that were 5 to 10 levels above me, only to enter the Moon-Called Throne, and for them to be right back down to my level. So if you're able to brute force your way through the infamy system, then the enemies still stay at your level after that section. So if you actually engage with the infamy system, then you're going to over-fucking level for the area beyond. And none of this is explained to you. Yeah, this feels unnecessarily punishing for new players. None of this is explained in-game. Enemies will just suddenly be 5 to 10 levels above you with no explanation whatsoever. It's the fucking stupidest system I've ever seen, and they refuse to get rid of it. Because they desperately need to rape their player base into playing their fucking boring-ass side missions. The best way to go about it, from what I've seen, is because everything is non-linear. The way that I've seen people go about it is I don't know if it still works or if it really worked. I never did it myself, but you progress your main mission in one area as far as possible before the infamy kicks in, and then you move on to one of the other areas. So if you're in like Fade Fields and you get infamied, then you move to Terminus until that gets infamied, then you go to Carcadia until that gets infamied, and you just cycle around. And apparently that works. But that just sounds so obnoxious to do. That was a quick one, holy fuck. Oh, so yeah, I've been wasting so much time. This has been going so much fucking quicker doing it this way already. Still slow as hell. This is a slow farm, but good lord. Kira just hates the audience of this game so much. Yeah, at this point, I'm just like, they should just give it away to someone else. Sell the fucking IP to someone who actually cares. And isn't gonna fight with the fucking audience on Twitter all day instead of fixing the game. BO2 at worse in TVHM, you could have enemies 2 levels above you and that's it. Yeah, and you could actually like XP farm to get back on level. With the Infamy system, you cannot XP farm. You have to complete side content because they will continue to outlevel you. Gearbox employers genuinely should unionize. I don't think there's enough of them left to unionize. BL4 should go to 80. I think BL4 is ideal if it ends at 80. But I think we might just be ending at 70. Unless we get a 20 level cap jump with the final DLC, which I highly doubt. Which does suck. 70 is like the bare minimum, I think, for these steel trees to be alright. 70 is at least the bare minimum for this build to be at its like max potential. Because at 70 I can get 10 out of 5 Grave Thirst. Yeah, I would like 80. I would really like 80. It just doesn't seem like we're gonna get that given timeline. I thought we would have gotten a level cap increase with the takedown. Hell, I kind of thought we would have maybe gotten one with like a 5 level on Subjugator and Thrall, and then another 5 level with the takedown. And then the final 10 with final DLC. I like this franchise, but I don't want Gearbox to touch it anymore. Again, I don't like. I don't even know if it might not be Gearbox. It might be whoever the fuck they're under now.
Did a bad thing crossing me.
Because, I mean, honestly, like, dude, Risk of Rain 2 is still going strong, and that's under Gearbox entirely now. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's just some meddling from higher-ups with their big baby franchise. The Infamy system explanation made me want to scream. It is the worst system I think they ever could have possibly conceived for this franchise, and I don't understand how it's still in the game this far after launch. I also don't know how specialization still isn't shared. Risk of Rain got fucked really bad at the start when Gearbox had its hands in it. I don't understand how that happened entirely. That was also kind of weird because Gearbox had their hands in it. That was the first purely Gearbox DLC. But most of Survivors of the Void was also Gearbox. Which is, like, I think a lot of people consider that to be the best DLC and don't realize that it was a majority done by Gearbox. Oppo didn't really do too much on that. Like, self-admittedly, they said that they didn't really do much on it, and it was a vast majority Gearbox. So I'm like, it's weird that they did that and then broke the fucking code and, like, the physics on the second one. But, I mean, after they got that ironed out, they've been doing pretty damn good over on that. So I'm like, clearly Gearbox still knows how to do good shit. Maybe that's just where the BL3 people went. Maybe they just all went to work on fucking Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of power creep. False Sun seems fucking ridiculous. I haven't played with any of the DLC Beyond Survivors yet, honestly. I've heard good things about them. They all look fun. I've just wanted to, like... I've only recently gotten back into it. And I want to, like, fully complete Survivors of the Void before I, move on. However, I do need to get back on that grind because, the new DLC kind of looks dope. I gotta catch up. Holy fuck, dude. You know, I really didn't think this was gonna be a 3-hour process. I thought I was gonna be able to get the other guns today as well. I forgot how slow of a farm Radix is. Wish the DLC could be, or spend more time on sale. Yeah, that's kind of what's been holding me off on it, is, I don't want to buy it for full price. Especially just because I have so much other shit that I've been getting pretty into recently. So I'm like, I wouldn't even have enough time to, like, dedicate to anything other than first completing Survivors of the Void. How's it going, Shadow Wolf? Welcome, brother. Railgunner rocks. I mostly play Captain, but Railgunner and Bandit are very close seconds. There isn't a portal for this boss? There is, it just takes way longer. I started the stream using it, and or using the portal, and in 2 hours I had like 50 runs. An hour later I've done another 50 runs. It goes 2 times as fast for me to save quit. I play Bandit and Captain based. They're both really fun. Doing side missions, wish you could skip their talking.
Be with me, sisters.
Says something about me. It says you have good taste in characters.
Salutations.
That was a shit kill. I wanted to also play the samurai character. Oh, Mercenary. Mercenary's pretty cool. He didn't grip me too much. He's very neat. He's just like, I don't know. I feel like I need a little bit too much brain power to play him. I like turning my brain off when I play Restore Rain. Which, I guess Captain and Railgunner are kind of pretty brain-on characters as well. Actually, Bandit too. Bandit has like a proper combo on him. But I don't know, I have an easier time sitting there and drowning in my own drool while playing those 3 than I do trying to play fucking Mercenary. Yeah, I played him for 20 hours and he feels like he has many lows, but his highs are glorious. Actually, that's probably more so it. It's like, it's not his actual gameplay that really requires the brain power. It's just not dying until you get going is what requires the brain power. Railgun is just hard because she has the most pure hit the weak spots or play another character. Yeah, at least they're nice and big, though. I think the reason she's very brain off for me is because the weak spots are so big and they highlight. And, I mean, I am a fucking sweat when it comes to FPS games. For example, when I was very, very big into Overwatch, I was a massive Widowmaker one-trick. So I can aim. I can aim on tiny fucking tiny hitboxes. So having nice big chunky hitboxes that highlight themselves for me, it's just like my neurons are not activated whatsoever while I play Railgunner. It feels like it's fucking auto aim effectively. Ew! Yeah. Widowmaker just makes me recoil. Good. It gets worse. My secondary was a Tracer. So I've got both flicks and tracking down. I was a Tracer Widowmain 2 trick, effectively, and then Ashe came out. Who was, like, the best of both worlds? And then there was Sojourn, who was, like, even more so the best of both worlds. And also it's like a thick robot ass, so that was pretty cool. Ivy, can you fucking play Overwatch with me?
This is for you.
Ashe is a more healthy Widowmaker. See, what's hilarious is I would actually argue the complete opposite. I have very heavy disagreements about a lot of the discourse around Widowmaker. The biggest is that she is unbalanced. I think Widowmaker is a complete fucking skill check. In that the bitch draws a fucking line straight to her. Whether she misses a shot or she kills someone, she draws a line straight to her position. She should die for that. Like, I'm sorry. In any coordinated play, any coordinated team, any semi-coordinated team, you should always know where a Widowmaker is. It's really not that hard to diagnose where a Widowmaker is, and she does not have that good of mobility. Ashe has better mobility, is significantly more versatile because she's lethal both at mid and while scoped in. Like, at mid-range and while scoped in. And she has huge fucking AoE on Dynamite. I think Ashe is oh, and she doesn't draw a fucking line to her position while firing. She can also still one-tap if she has a damage boost. So I'm like, I think fucking Ashe is significantly more fucked than Widowmaker. I'm stuck, man. I hate Overwatch, but I love Torbjorn. I went through have you played Overwatch recently? Ever since Marvel Rivals came out, Overwatch has been on a really, really good trend. I think they've made some fantastic decisions, and the game actually feels really fun now. Especially with the arena mode. The arena mode fucking rocks. Is that most maps that have been made in Overwatch favors hit stands a lot? I mean, that is fair. Especially the newer maps. remember the one time I was streaming Overwatch, and I think I don't know, I was playing Widow, so I think I titled it, like, it was something like French woman skullfuck 6 people, or some shit. Because that was back in the day when you could actually put fuck in your stream titles. It was something like that. I got this fucking Portuguese man in my chat who was just like broken English coming on to me because he thought that I was the French woman who was skull fucking people. It was he was like beauty show bob, like that kind of shit. It was really funny. Oh, so yeah, I'm so sorry to tell you fellas, I used to be an Overwatch streamer. That's actually, that's where I started at. Not a popular one, but that is where, like, my initial 200 followers, I think, came from. Was being an Overwatch streamer. Go for the game is certainly dead, but I do not think the franchise as a whole is dead. Feels like a little bit hyperbolic to say. I think they've definitely irreparably damaged it, but no, I think you're right. I mean, they've irreparably damaged their reputation, I think, with this game. And they really need to step it up for the next one. But the franchise is not going to be dead as long as Randy Pitchford is alive and has so much fucking money. He will continue funding this game as long as he and his wife want to play it. And unfortunately, that's the worst fate imaginable for this franchise. And it's been making me consider Overwatch again is the porn. I'm kidding. Is seeing those play the game reels on Instagram versus torturing dead on the floor while his turret kill stuff. It's genuinely like the game is really enjoyable now. They've done a lot to get it in a far better state. It's less sweaty. Like I shouldn't say sweaty. It's less. It's more like how it was way back in 2016, where it's not the pinnacle of competitive, right? Like they aren't trying to be the single most balanced competitive game ever. It's a fun game that happens to have a competitive side to it. And that's just what I think Overwatch lost prior to Marvel Rivals coming out, was they were really trying hard to be a competitive, incredibly well-balanced hero shooter. Which it just was never built to be. And it became really boring. Because, so I talked about this back, I think it was Season 9. Season 9 was when I stopped playing Overwatch, Season 9 or 10. And it was because the game was balanced. Like, unironically, the game had managed to somehow achieve balance. A completely balanced state. There was, like, a couple outliers, but even they weren't that heavy of an outlier. The game was 100% fucking balanced. They could have left it there forever and never updated it again. And the game would have been perfectly fine. The problem is it showed the issue, and that Riot Games was correct about cyclical balance. A game is not interesting when it's a multiplayer PvP game is not fun when it's perfectly balanced. It just isn't. If there's no meta to adapt to, if there's no constant shifts in the meta, then it's not fun. And that's why Riot Games for years has had a cyclical meta. There has never been a single purely balanced meta in that game. There's always been something that has been stronger than something else. And it creates metas that you have to adapt to. And sometimes your character that you like to play is going to be dog shit, but that is something that you have to adapt to. And in adapting to it, that creates gameplay. That creates interest. It's how do I adapt to this new meta? Overwatch in Season 9 and 10, when it was perfectly balanced, was the least fun I've ever had in a video game ever. Because what the fuck was there to adapt to? Everything was fine. If there's no niche character who is ass until a certain type of player plays them, then it's boring. That's exactly it. Like, Tracer is a great example of this, because Tracer is a very adaptable character. at that time, I could just sit there and play Tracer in the fucking, like, I didn't have to flank. I could sit there in the middle of a team and just fucking fire at people. I literally didn't even have to flank. Most of the time, a flank would actually end up getting me killed because there wasn't a good priority flank target who was, like, caught out. And there wasn't anyone who couldn't, like, defend against me. I would have been on an even playing field as anyone who I flank. So, like, it would literally be a gameplay of I sit mid-fight until I charge up Pulse Bomb, I go on a flank, I take out a priority target on that flank with my Pulse Bomb, I go straight back to playing a fucking neutral game as Tracer. That was the gameplay. And that was every single fucking match. It was awful. But that's what they wanted. That was the game that they were trying to create until Marvel Rivals came around. And they realized, oh wait, people don't actually want a balanced experience, people want a fun experience. And now that they have like the upgrade mechanic and shit with all these like goofy upgrades as you level up through a match and shit, it's no longer focused on being balanced. It's focused on being balanced, but also introducing new, fun, interesting things to keep things fresh. And that's all they needed to do this entire time. I'm a simple guy. I want my game to be goofy nonsense. Team Fortress 2, my beloved. Yeah, dude, when they added competitive to TF2, that's when I stopped finding that game fun. League is horrible. That's why I'm glad League Classic came out, because it's so horribly balanced that it's fun again. Dude, I've been having a blast with League Classic, too. I kind of like how slow it is. It's definitely a learning curve to get used to how fucking slow income and shit is, but it is nice. It's nice to fucking play a game where the enemy team isn't all 5 items because my bot lane was running it down. As frustrating as League balance and shit can be, Riot Games knows what they're doing. Like, they're completely right. The cyclical balance structure, I think, is perfect. And they're like, major season shifts and shit. Like, as awful as the mythic items were, it kept things interesting. It was something new. It changed the game very drastically and made it fresh. And genuinely, I thought it was stupid up until Overwatch. Up until Season 9 of Overwatch, when the game became perfectly balanced. I thought Riot's method was stupid. I thought it was dumb. I thought they were wrong. I thought I wanted a balanced game. And then I had a balanced game. And I never wanted anything less in my life. If Widowmaker was a hot Frenchman, nobody would pull me away from that blue bubble butt. It's funny that perfect balance seasons on an online game is always the most stale shit ever, because the meta gets figured out immediately. The meta, there's no way that, like, way back in the day, you could have a, if Overwatch Season 9 happened in, like, fucking 2011, 2012, it would probably be cool for a little bit because no one was like analyzing and dissecting games nearly as hard as they do nowadays. Metas get determined near instantly at this point. And so when you have a perfectly balanced game, there's nothing that you can do to counter the meta. The meta is what it is, and there's no like outlier to it. It's just you do what you do, and that's that. Adapting to matches, characters, and learning about them sounds fun. That's it, like, League of Legends, okay? Yone is such an annoying piece of shit, terrible design of a champion. He does literally fucking everything. He has a goddamn cleanse. He can dive you under his turret, or he can dive you under your turret no matter what. He just gets better lifesteal. He has free crit. Like, he gets magic, true, and physical damage. Everything about that character is disgusting. The game would be substantially better without that motherfucker in it. And yet, absolutely fucking laying down a Yone and curb stomping his ass, stomping that motherfucker down the drain like a stale shit that just slid down your leg in the shower. Yeah, nothing feels better than it. There's a reason I fucking play Jax. Alright? Because I get to fucking bend him over and ruin him. I think BO4 missed the mark, but the way people on Reddit and Steam discussions are discussing with it is not the way. Yeah. BO2, 0 players still to this day think that Kunai getting nerfed got him killed. Dude, people still complain about the flak nerfs. I just play Vigar and wreck my vocal cords saying his voice lines. Based. See, I like, my top 3, I think, right now is Jax, Viego, and Rengar. But I also play a lot of, Poppy and Briar. And Briar is incredibly fun because the entire time you play her, it's just constant autistic screeching in your stall. There's something about that champion that just, there's no brain cells. It's all thoughts are men go in. Nothing more, nothing less. Men go in. Oh, so that conference call died after the beaner? This is the problem with the internet, alright? It makes everyone think that their opinion fucking matters. This goes for me too, by the way. I think my opinion matters only because I have a fan base of people that watch my videos, alright? I'm a product of this, to be clear. I'm not exempt from what I'm about to say, but the problem with the internet is it makes everyone think that they have an opinion that matters. Even when they're just a nobody retard that knows nothing about game dev. Hi, that's also me. Vigar, Yorick, and Nautilus are the only 3 I play nowadays. Yorick is who I play when I play top lane. I'm a jungle main. But if I ever go top, I'm playing Yorick. A couple weeks ago, I was playing with some friends, and it was while I was watching the NASCAR race. And I was like, listen, I'm going top. I'm not leaving this lane. I'm playing Yorick. It's the only way I'm going to be able to play League and also watch NASCAR at the same time. That is precisely what I did. I went top, I stayed top, I never left top, and I fucking played the hell out of Yorick. Played the hell out of Yorick. At the timekeeper get unceremoniously killed on my rewrite AU like Pickle did. Guys, Maya died in 3, that's why they should make the entire game non-canon. The only reason anyone gives a fuck about Maya dying is because she's a sexy blue-haired woman. Literally, Roland got done the same fucking way. That's the entire point of Maya's death, is that it is a complete mirror to Roland's death and the role that Lilith played in it. It is a mirror to that with Ava and Maya. The only reason people care about Maya's death is because she's a sexy blue-haired woman. No one gives a fuck that Roland died. Truth, Nuke! Maya's death was good. I will fucking defend Maya's death until the day that I get dusted. Maya had a good fucking death. It was a valuable death. What the fuck else do you do with that character? They turned her book into a BL4 grenade. They did in the, it's the takedown grenade. Maya barely had any personality. Most of the Vault Hunters kind of don't have much of a personality, but I mean, like, intentionally so, to be clear on that. Like, it's not really a critique. They're kind of meant to, right? They have enough personality for them to be interesting and funny, but not enough that, like, you can still kind of immerse yourself in them, right? But Maya especially really didn't have anything. She was just, like, mild punk alt bitch. That was about it. Gage was kind of the same thing, but more over the top and more interesting. Maya was just blue-haired tomboy. Beating the meta character with your main is an amazing feeling. Exactly. That's why so with my Jax maining, it started back in... It started when I picked up the game again in, like, Season 11. And I'm a jungle main, and Season 11 was probably the single worst season. No, Season 11 was alright because there was still the Omnivamp rune. But Jax jungle sucked ass in Season 11. And then he got worse in Season 12. And then I think Season 12 was when they removed the Omnivamp rune. And he could, like, barely clear the jungle. But, dude, I loved that shit. I always enjoy playing off-meta because it's so much more satisfying to learn. Like, with that, I had to... The way that I would play was, effectively, I was playing like Rammus. Where I would 3-camp into a gank. Immediately. But it wasn't like a quadrant 3-camp. I would do, because it was back when you could still do this and it would get you to level 3. It would be red buff, blue buff, Gromp, and then I would gank. Either top or mid. Or bottom, depending on what side of the map I started on. But that was my game plan, was I'm going to 3-camp. I'm going to have, like, half my health. I'm going to go for a gank. If we get this gank, we win the fucking game, and the game is easy from this point out. If we don't, fuck! But, like, it also taught me a lot of fundamentals about the game. Playing off-meta is the best way to learn shit. Unless you're playing, like, Singe, who teaches you improper gameplay. Because they're very unique. But if you're playing off-meta or weaker shit, in any game, it will teach you the game better than playing something strong. Every single time. Because it forces you to adapt, and it forces you to think differently, and it forces you to learn the mechanics and the fundamentals of the game itself, rather than just learning how to win on your specific champion. So I've always been a big proponent of playing off-meta jungles. So you posted a new Go Through Forgotten video? Gotta watch that later. It is indeed ending. I'm in the final stretch. I'm gonna have like a little bit of a post-mortem after the fact. So it's like, it's officially ending after these next 7 weapons. I think there's 7 weapon types, right? There's 7 more weapons. That's like the official end. There's a couple I'm gonna probably shoehorn into it. Just because, like, there's a few I want to talk about still that I either flip-flopped on if they should be in the series or not. They're just things that I want to talk about that never made it into the document I had of all the weapons I wanted to cover. And then that's kind of like the official end of BL3's Forgotten. I'll probably do like a couple top 10s or like top 10 most disappointing or like most surprising or something as like another final little ramp up to it. And then I have other plans for items I want to talk about and formats I want to do it in. So BL3's Forgotten is ending. The concept is not, though. I'll do BO3 Sharon about the whole franchise on my channel here in Brazil, inspired by you, bro. Hey, that sounds fucking great. Spread the word about these fucking dog shit weapons. Got most of the weapons. It's a fucking massive effort. Respect for putting that much time into it. Yeah, I think 3 years now. Or no, going on 4 maybe? I can't remember if I started it in 2022 or 2023. Yeah, it's 200 and something videos. Which is literally like most of the weapons in BL3. The things that people consider meta is a very small list in the grand scheme. Really late to playing BL3 and your vids were some of the first I watched. I'm glad I could help out. That genuinely just put like a big old fucking goofy smile on my face because that is literally my experience with like Vinylic Puma and he who shall not be named. But they were very big inspirations for the series. And Dirch, Vinylic Puma, and that one man were very big inspirations for the series. And so it's really cool every time I get to hear that I kind of was someone's assistance early on in the like learning the game and shit and getting into it in the same way that they were to me when I was getting into BO2 and shit. Axton for being called the bland one still has more personality? Yeah, he fucks turrets. That's based. I think I like most about Maya's her VA. I love the tone of her voice, but still just found her underwhelming as a character. I do think Maya's great. Like, I understand why people like her. I think she's cool. She is a bit bland, like you said, but even with that, I think she's still neat. I just think the fucking people being upset about her death is so fucking overblown. Vinyl goat. A boatload of ass! I miss him. Is the Herald good in 4? No. They ruined it. Maya's fine, but I think she's overrated as hell. Well, see, that's why she's overrated, is because she fine shit. Now, even that, honestly, I think Maya's mid. That's gonna be the real hot take of the day. I think Maya's mid. And that is coming from someone who very much enjoys short-haired white women, alright? I'm an appreciator of short-haired white women. And even with that, I think Maya's mid. Dust in the wind. Fuck, I could have gone and played the intro to Dust in the Wind, but I haven't practiced it in a really long time, and I don't think I remember it. Yeah, no, I don't remember the fucking chords to it. I think I remember the fingering. Like, the finger picking. I do not remember the chords. I'll do a Maya memorial stream where I just learn how to play Dust in the Wind again. Hey, welcome back, Charlie. I know more about Maya because of Krieg. Rage bait stream. Your waifu is mid!
Behold.
Okay, hold on. Let me clarify one thing. I will say, again, big enjoyer of short-haired white women. I think BL2 Maya is mid. BL3 Maya could do a lot of things to me. Long hair fucking Jedi Maya could ruin my life. For short hair girl, fuck, why? For short hair girls, we have Tannis, based, absolutely based. I need me some of that fucking autistic sloppy tompy. Tannis would give literal crazy head. Oh, I know what your type is. I watched that BO3's Forgotten sellout video. Look, Tyrene is probably... If I had to pick one waifu from the Borderlands franchise, it's probably Tyrene. What did I come back to? You know what? I'm committing. Let's do the waifu tier list. It feels necessary. This is okay. This is. This isn't just playable, but do you have... Is this everyone? This is everyone. I think this is it's mostly everyone. It's everyone enough. Oh, so Tannis was horny as shit for Typhon. She has a type. God, I wish I was that short little fucking manlet. Alright. Waifu tier list time? Where are we putting Flax Elemental Spider Ant pets? Waifu, not husbando, alright? Oh, right, no. They are female, aren't they? Ellie S tier, by the way. Okay, I'm putting in F all the women. Wait. That is a woman. Bloodwing is female. God, it even has Felicity? Okay, this tier list is perfect. I think we're gonna specify here BL3 Lorelei. God, there's a lot of women in these games. Maybe people are right. Maybe this game is woke. That everyone. Why is the Typhon log? Not even Typhon himself, it's just specifically the Typhon logs. Oh no, there's Tannis. Verdant Tannis. My bad, my bad. I think that is everyone. Theyfu. They Bondo. A Y Bondo. How about that? Typhon's log in S tier. I am actually going to immediately, just, we're gonna put add a row above. Fuck. Can't fucking type. And yeah, there we go. There we go. It's the way that it is. It's the way that it is. Muscle Mommy in A tier. See, I would probably put Amara in S, but also A, just like A for Amara, you know? It feels right. It does feel like the right choice. I might come back to Amara, honestly. Some of these I think I'll come back to. Now, Adult Tina is an easy S tier. Again, the crazy head. And not crazy head as in, like, the head itself is insane. Head from a crazy bitch. And for the same reason... for the same reason... it's all about the crazy head. Trying to see if there's any I can knock out as low tiers. Probably Pierce. Like a C tier. I think she just suffers a lot from BL1 model. But wait, this doesn't have Ember. Fuck! It doesn't have Ember. What's the point? Why live? Why live? Why live? We're gonna use that. Where's the Typhon log? We're using the Typhon log as Ember. Where'd it go? There we go. Ember's easy S tier. Easy S tier. Pierce has a husband? Oh yeah, she did have a husband. D tier. Zarpedon. Zarpedon might also be D. I do like Zarpedon, you know. She's a big bitch. But her eyes were a little too glowy for me, you know. She was a little too crazy. Never really did it for me. E tier. Same with, what's her name? Yvonne? Yvette? She's probably also E. Nina gets a C. I think Nina gets a C. Does Yvette? Anti-French tier list based. I think we need an animal tier. Starting to just, I'm sorry, you know what? This can become animal tier. Okay, I'm actually, you know what? I might adjust. I might actually adjust here. I think I disagree with my S rankings. I think these go A. Moxie, Scarlet are S. Yeah, I think I'm liking that more. I think I'm liking that more. Animal tier, it's just Lilith. Athena's also easy S, I think. I think Athena's definitely an easy S. Butcher Rose. Oh, right, there's also no Rose. Rose would also be fucking God Queen. Like, absolutely Rose would be. Who do we use as a stand-in for Rose? Shadow Trap? No, we'll use Clay. He's got a cowboy hat. That's our Rose stand-in. Oh yeah, there's also no Juno. Fuck, that's another muscle mommy down. What the fuck, dude? Tier list was made by BL4 devs. Where the fuck is most of BL3? We'll use Pan and Terror, or yeah, he's the stand-in because he's got the Juno build close enough. She's definitely A. Actually, no, maybe B. I don't think she quite compares to the A's right now. Mose deserves S tier. I'm scared of the wrath that would happen to my Discord server if Mose isn't S tier. But I think I'm giving her A. But the mech. Oh, but the mech. Hold on. The mech. The mech has a lot of opportunities. The mech. No, I think A. I think A. I think we're sticking with A. I feel like I might need an S+. I'm gonna be honest. I think I might need an S+. I'm having issues here, all right? These need to be S+. I think, who was this again? That was Ember? I think Mose stays A. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I needed a thick Russian accent or she doesn't get S tier, comrade. Mose could be S depending on her BL4 outfit. I think, okay, if we're, I'm gonna specifically BL3 Maya, I think is also A. Nisha, B. Aurelia, if we're going BL3 Aurelia, actually I think either Aurelia is C. Amara, I think Amara does go A. I think I'm okay with that. Steel. God, where the fuck does Steel go? She's Russian. Right? She's got some accent. I think it's Russian. Is it crazy if I put Steel? Is it fucking crazy to put Steel in A tier? You know what? No, someone said Steel was A tier? Yeah. That's all the confirmation I needed. It is? I don't care. Call me fucking crazy then. Steel goes A tier. Easy A tier. Here, you know what's gonna be even fucking crazier? Alright? Felicity? And I have nothing else to say about it. I think that doesn't need an explanation. I'm gonna be real. I think if S tier Felicity needs explanation, you need to replay TPS. Steel has no personality? I don't care. Steel is Russian and hot. That's her personality. She got a tentacle into her stomach? A new hole. TPS predicted the AI girlfriends. Why aren't we ranking Balex? That's the next tier list. Felicity about to construct my offspring. S tier Felicity? Damn right, agreed. Felicity S tier AIGF, what do you mean? I'm so glad that this has not been like, I'm glad that you guys understand me. I'm very happy about this. Angel. Dude, I like the fucking, I like the half shave, alright? That's an S tier. It's an S tier pretty much like just almost entirely for the hair. You know what? Oh, no, okay. Alright. This is where things might get crazy. Isn't Angel a minor? Is she? I don't think Angel was a minor. She was at one point a minor. I don't think Angel as of BL3 was, though. We have to look this up before you get canceled. I'll take her out. It's okay. We can stick with the AI girlfriends because I'm gonna do something maybe crazy. Maybe fucking insane. Felicity goes S+ tier because Genevieve is S tier. Again, the crazy head. Okay, once again, the crazy head, but her being S tier moves Felicity up because Felicity is definitely the better of the two. However, I feel like I cannot put Genevieve lower than S. Listen, we saw Claptrap fumbled. All right, we watched what Claptrap fumbled in BL4. He fumbled the shit out of that. Crazy obsessive AI girlfriend sounds great, all right? I don't see shit. So the thought is because she was a late teen in BL1, there's a 5-year gap. She's probably somewhere 18 to 22. Perfect. Back into S tier she goes. Yeah, Balix also fumbled. This is also, we're gonna say BL3 Gage. And BL3 Gage is also an easy S. Easy S. Janie, I'm gonna come back to Janie, I think. Janie I need to think on a little bit more. But actually, I think I need to think on a lot of these that are left. Gage is 18. Gage became 18 in BL2. She was not originally 18. Janie C tier? Whoa there. I like Janie. I was like, I don't know how much I like Janie. I think I could do Janie and B. See, Janie is like this. Never mind. I don't think I can say it on stream. I don't think I can. Isn't Janie a lesbian? So is Athena. She's only into women. Okay. No, I can't. I can't say what I was going to say on stream. I don't think. I feel like I'm already pushing it with some of the things for this tier list. Put the lesbians down, sir. Listen, this is my waifu tier list. I can put the lesbians where I want to. Put Ellie and God Queen right this instant. Clay is in God Queen because Clay is a stand-in for Rose. Clay's the stand-in for Rose because this one doesn't have Rose. This is a stand-in for Ember because there was no Ember, and Pain and Terror is a stand-in for Juno. All right. Fiona, I think Fiona's overrated as fuck. I think Fiona's kind of boring. I think Fiona goes C. No, I think, yeah, Fiona goes C. I feel horrible because I cannot remember her name. Hold on, I have the book. I have the book. What's her name? Oh God, what's her name? I need to find the fucking chapters because I have the characters' names. Sasha! There we go. Sasha kind of rocks. Sasha might also be A tier. But okay. Alright. Sasha would be A tier if not for fucking Dead or Alive. I think Sasha... You know what? Actually, fucking... No. Both of them lose a point for Dead or Alive. Sasha... If we're just going off of Tails, Sasha and Fiona are A and C respectively. Because of Dead or Alive, they're both so fucking annoying, dude. Holy fuck. I don't like either of them in this book. They both lose a spot. Reese fumbled her. Big time. Lilith is also losing. Dude, if it... It feels bad to put Lilith in C tier. Dead or Alive? No, Debt or Alive. D-E-B-T, the book. It feels bad to put Lilith in C. Because Lilith is, for the most part, a cool character and also hot. Especially after they Super Saiyaned her in 4. But I'm so fucking sick of her character that it's really hard for me to put her higher than fucking C right now. Lorelei rocks. Lorelei might also be an A tier. I don't know. Nah. Loses points for British. All right. Final one. Final one. Ellie. Ellie is not going below A. I was gonna throw that right there. Ellie is not going below A, but I don't know where she lands. Ellie's low-key a softy girl. S. She loves hugs. That's why I'm like... Ellie's just a great character. You know? Like, she's a good person. Soft, squishy. Would be able to fix my car. But I don't think she's quite S. Because listen, I'm pretty sure everyone in S tier could fix my car. You know, everyone already in S. You know what? That's actually so true. Literally everyone in this tier could fix my car. And for that reason, Ellie is going S. Fuck it. S is just the will fuck and also could fix my car. Ellie is what Fran wishes to be. Easy S. Truth, dude. Yeah, I think this is the final tier list. I think this is it. Let me give it a once over. Let me make sure I have them in order up here as well, because I don't think I do. Let me like order them in their respective tiers. I think I think Starlet might actually be at the fucking... Starlet's probably bottom of S+. I think I feel good about this. Actually, French at the bottom. You know what? Actually, hold on. Get specifically BL3 Maya. Torg is a big Bara, man. I think this is it. I think this is the tier list in order, completely sorted. This is the official Arachnica Borderlands waifu tier list that's missing quite a lot of people because this tier list is very much so not updated fully. Grandma Torg. All right, let's do a little bit more farming, and then I'll probably end because I'm going for 4 fucking hours. So glad we didn't get a single fucking drop today. We'll probably get to we'll end off at a clean 130, I think, and then pick this up another day. You know, I really expected to actually get through all this farming today. I really expected to get the Radix drop and then go get the Subjugators drop, and then I guess I should have just done those two first. I kind of thought getting this out of the way would have been the best way to do things because this was going to be the rarest one. But ended up with just not really fucking doing fuck all today, other than sitting here yapping and killing Radix, which, to be fair, pretty good content. Hammerlock for sure has that fucking old man sleeper build. Are the drop rates really that shitty? I might just be getting really unlucky. Most of the time when I'm farming for a lot of other pearls, it's not usually this bad. Usually I get them within an hour of dedicated farming. But granted, this one also is just like, it was a pretty long farm. I kind of wasted like an hour because I wasn't save quitting, and the save quitting saves literally like half the time than walking all the way through. And for the first like 50, I wasn't save quitting when I really should have been. I could have had another 50 runs under my belt right now.
It's not goodbye, it's forever.
But usually, until now, the only ones I've really had a lot of problems with are the final bosses, the bounty packs, and their pearls. Or just the DLC in general, I guess. I don't want to stop. 5 more. 5 more. I would let Zero assassinate me. Based. I finally play BO4 when they release all the content and hopefully QO will patch and bug fix it all. That ain't happening. I mean, they'll probably... All the content should be released pretty shortly. The final bounty pack and DLC apparently are releasing on the same day. Which is September 10th, I believe. One day before they would have broken the promise of all content released in a year. I have no hopes for a year 2 content cycle like BL3 had. I mean, biggest thing is just a year 2 really wouldn't be profitable like it was with, presumably was with BL3. BL3 still had a very active player base by year 2. I don't think there wasn't a year 2 planned initially for BL3. At least to my knowledge, they did that because the game was still going so strong. Them doing a year 2 for BL4 just making no fucking sense. There's no one left to buy it. Also makes me want to vomit that UVH7 is where it's gonna, or UVH7, fuck my words, is where it's gonna end. Is it actually? Are we not getting any more UVH levels? I thought we'd at least maybe get up to 8.
This move is a real killer.
Well, like maybe they would release one with the fucking bounty pack or something. But I guess, no, I guess there isn't any more raid bosses coming. Right. God, why didn't we get a fucking UVH level with the takedown? Please let us end on a nice fucking round number. Five more! I'll end on a nice 140. They could have the unlock requirement just be the takedown. Because for some reason the takedown didn't get a UVH level. Even though every other raid boss did.
Stay down.
It's quite goofy that they didn't give us UVH 8 with the takedown. I don't know. The thing is, I kind of, like... I think if UVH 8 happens, they should have it be what UVH 7 currently is, and nerf everything else a little bit. Because UVH 7 is, like... There's some weapons that are not nearly as good as they used to be on UVH 7. If they actually went above UVH 7, like, in stats, there's a good chunk of guns that become next to unusable. So I'm like, I think this is the best in terms of still having some weapon diversity. But God, it being a 7 is horrible. When Bloom Reaper was announced, the roadmap had the takedown confirmed, and then instead of raid bosses, if Subjugator and Thaw counts as 2, I might actually just end it all. Subjugator and Thaw and, Terra. Terra counts as a raid boss, even though it's utter dog shit and, like, piss easy. But they count it as a raid boss. But it's 7. It's a lucky number. True. Where can I join the Discord? Oh, wait. Should also be a link in the, like, about me on my Twitch page. If you scroll down. But I believe that command link is still up, I believe. Oh, not the button I meant to press. So glad I need to wait for that animation to leave. Oh. Alright, 2 more. Final 2. Good lord. Yeah, I do really wish I fucking started safe quitting sooner, though. That was a crazy time waste. Constable. That's so cool! Oh my god, teal! I got teal! Oh my god, I love teal! Oh my god, my dopamine receptors, they're tingling! Oh, it's flowing through me! Oh my god! Oh, I'm gooning! Ah! Oh my god, I'm blooming! Oh! Oh!
Respectable.
What a very successful and awesome pearl hunt today, fellas. No, it's a bad roll. Instantly limp. I was gonna go sell. You know what? Yeah, I was just gonna use this to sell, but nah. I'm gonna piss everyone and myself off. We're ending at 141. You guys ready for this? The difference of your attitude at playing BO4 and BO3 is very noticeable. One of them I'm actually usually having fun playing. No, I am enjoying my time with 4. It's just a more frustrating and friction-filled experience than BL3. Uncapped Herald has become my favorite pistol for Zen. The Herald rocks. That was quite a dreamy bull impression, I would say. Thank you. There we go. A nice chill 141 runs today. Thank you guys. Oh yeah, we're ending at 420. If I end, oh fuck, no, I need to end in 3 seconds. Shit. Oh man, god damn it. Now it's 421. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. As always, it's been a damn good time. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, morning, night, whatever time it may be. And I will see you guys in the next one. Come on, give me a little bro fist. Come on, bro fist me. Come on. You know, you guys know PewDiePie? You guys know PewDiePie? Yeah.